Hello.
Jesus fucking, are you kidding me?
I checked to make sure that it was unmuted before we started. I must have like bumped it again. And then it went back to mute. Because I was like, alright, I know I muted a bunch of shit when I was taking care of a few things. So let's make sure it's taken care of. Of course! Anyways, hello everybody. Merry Christmas to those who, the clock has officially struck midnight or past midnight, and it is December 25th. If it hasn't yet, then not Merry Christmas yet to you, because as Phoenix Wright correctly pointed out, almost Christmas isn't Christmas. So for me, I will not giveth nor accepteth any Merry Christmases for another 50 minutes. I wonder who's gonna get the first of the year. But for those, again, who it is the 25th. Merry Christmas to you. I hope everybody's having wonderful holiday season. Halucha actually is got most of the tier list set up for me this time around, so we won't have to go searching for stuff. He also did a few custom ones, so that'll be good. Anyways, hello everybody. Lugia, Halucha, Jay, Zod, Chris, Fleshmaker, Volpe, Possum, Tim, Maxim, Joshua, Bell. How's everybody doing? IncogNotorious. Final. UTC plus. So if I'm UTC minus, I mean you're the math person. So what am I, like 11 and a half hours behind you? Anyways, hello Naveen. And final. Oh yeah, I'm Central Standard Time. Or UTC minus 6. Hey Jake, what's up, dude? So big announcement if you guys didn't notice this. This stream is gonna go until 4 a.m. for me, and then for most of the people in the US, it's gonna be time for bed, right? So, but for those that aren't going to sleep, the premiere of Rise from the Ashes will occur a year and a half after it was originally supposed to be released, at the end of this stream. Once this stream ends, that premiere should begin. Did I say Rise of the Ages? No, I didn't. There's no way. There's no way I said that. That sounds entirely different. Or did I say Rise of the Ashes? Maybe I did. Maybe that I could believe. But I definitely said Ashes. Rise from the Ashes. Plus 1130. Okay. Already trying to make a fool of me. Can we at least wait until 2022 for that? Please ignore the stain on my Twain deer. I don't roll as Santa Claus. We roll as a deer. Unfortunately, this hood is really fucking warm, so I won't be wearing it for most of the time, but you don't get Santa, you get Twain deer. Please ignore the stain on it. Got a little exuberant during dinner. So wasn't exactly the cleanest of meals I've ever had. What? No, I shouldn't. I think Maxim's trying to fuck with me. I was muted before. Now I am not. Yeah. It's a hood. It's attached to it. All right, Halucha, which tier list am I supposed to go with first? The one you posted most recently in the chat? This one right here. All right, so this is going to be a combination of Danganronpa, Ace Attorney, and then like weird custom lists. I won't spend as much time as I normally do on each individual one, just so that we can get through everything. Well, this looks promising. What the fuck? What is this? All right. Let's go to the screen. Hello. I have no idea what this is supposed to be. Also, hello, Sarah. Hey, our first bot of the night. Hey, Ran and Lynch, how's y'all's? How's you's doings? Okay, so this is apparently a meme list for the channel. Okay. All right. You explained these, right? Are they in the is it in the pin messages? Okay, here we go. I got him. Okay, so how am I supposed to rank them? Based on how much I enjoy them? Or like how good of memes they actually are? Like less about what pisses me off or not, because it's not about me, right? It's about what amuses you guys.
Jesus fucking, are you kidding me?
What? Bought a ladyship from the Principality of Sealand? Okay, can you translate? Because that sounds magnificent, but I don't know exactly what it means. Okay. So... Alright. So, this is obviously not an exhaustive list, but this is these are ones that people thought of at the time. Okay, so... Because it's a game. Wait. Sorry. Obviously. And obviously this one is orange, otherwise that meme is meaningless, isn't it? So it's me actually shitting on Hero, not just Hero, which means ironically, this is top tier. Shitting on Hero is one of the most fun things that every time I do it, it's just like... It's like when you eat chocolate and like endorphins, sort of. It's not like sex endorphins. It's not that extreme. But it's like the endorphin rush you get from when you eat like a sweet. Every time I shit on Hero, that's what I feel like. Oh, I see. So okay. I knew it wasn't correct, but for a split second, I was like, did Rand just buy a person? I was like, no, that can't be it. I need her to explain to me. Okay, so I gotcha. That's cool. So now how would you like to be addressed? Lady Rand? Yeah, they're both very important for like good moods, but endorphins are things that are more released so in bursts. Jake's like, no, that's my head canon. Okay, so yeah, me shitting on Heroes top tier. It's something that really, it wasn't anything, like I had no expectation for his character when I first met him, other than I think I said I hated his design because his hair was disgusting, and it just went on and nothing happened, and nothing happened, and I was like, wow, this is what a bad character is. I would take a horribly written character over a useless character any day of the week. Because at least horribly written characters might be mildly interesting because of how horribly they're written. That's not like from the movie Pirate Radio, is it? I've never seen that movie. Okay. So it's a game. This one's actually, I hate this one. Wait, no, I didn't mean to do that. I wanted yellow to be down here. I must have accidentally, okay, there we go. Okay, so yeah, I actually hate this meme because every time it's used, it's done in the middle of one of my rants. And like, I hate when I'm ranting and somebody is like, dude, it's just a game. I know that, okay? But you guys didn't come to see me just play the game. Just play a game. You want to hear my thoughts on it. So I'm going to criticize it. It's more so that the timing is always done impeccably well. That is to say, it always pisses me off whenever it comes up. So, you guys probably love that. I'm still gonna add the command because I still think it's a fun command. But oh god, when it's used, it's. Whew. Well, that's really interesting. I think I'd like to be a Baron. No, what sounds better, Lord Twain or Baron Twain? The problem with Baron is that it also kind of sounds like Baron, which is, you know, there's a negative connotation that I am not Baron. I am fertile. Bear My wife would love that one. She always calls me a big teddy bear. Okay, so this one is Meryl Streep. Okay, so this is actually a pretty new one. We haven't really had a chance to like run it into the ground at all, but in the last member stream, and now that I got Rise from the Ashes done, I'm gonna get to the first thing I'm gonna do is release the Justice for All VODs as just 4 videos, 4 bigger videos, instead of having them, you know, spread across a 22 episodes. So one thing I'm gonna do after that is start putting together some highlights from the members nights to showcase how fun you can have if you join members nights, become a member of the channel, join members nights, but also because there are some legitimately hilarious moments. And there was a what do you need in order to win an Oscar? And the opposing team, you were supposed to go from, what was it, bottom to top? And the opposing team picked Meryl Streep like 4 times in a row. And then we tried to next level them we had gotten one right. And then they finally picked something else. And then we were like, this is the one where it's Meryl Streep. But it wasn't, and then we lost. But it was pretty hysterical. But we'll say it's lower tier just because it's only been, it happened last Friday. So it's time, you know, its longevity it has not been established yet. Ooh, Duke would be cool. Am I soft as a teddy bear? My skin is pretty soft, yeah. The funniest thing about that is Tal's like, he's like, all right guys, hold on, hear me out. So this is what I do. Okay, Orange. So I do like this meme because I like that people have not necessarily embraced my hatred for Orange, but they've embraced that I truly hate Orange. The only reason this isn't a top tier meme is because I've actually fucked myself by now people wanting me to either eat oranges or drink orange juice as punishment. And that is unfortunate because it really does taste awful to me. So, basically a great meme, but the consequences have been unfortunate. Which one is this? Speaking of Rise from the Ashes, look at this photograph. I love this meme. We haven't even been able to use it in so long because it happened like 6 times within 2 testimonies in Rise from the Ashes, and it's like never happened since then. But we still do it anyways when Phoenix is like, I have this photo. Oh, it was a bunch in 1-4 too? See, I don't even remember that. I just remember Rise from the Ashes is fresher in my mind because I just got done with that. But yeah, so 1-4 and 1-5, and then it just kind of wasn't around anymore. But this was something that we did a lot in high school and like early college, so fond memories there. I love singing that song. Nickelback is hilarious to make fun of. Hey, Million, how's it going? Yeah, early in Rise from the Ashes, it happens like several times, and I can't, like, it gets to a point where, I don't know if you guys have ever seen this episode of South Park, but Cartman has Come Sail Away stuck in his head, so if anybody starts singing any part of that song, he has to, like, go through an entire verse. Like, he can't help it. That's what ended up happening at one point, so like, there were 2 times where I, like, had to finish the first verse. I mean, I like making fun of Nickelback. I don't think they're bad per se. I think they're inoffensive. They're inoffensive music, and that's fine. But it is fun to like shit on them, just because it's just, you know, my mom's actually a big fan. But hey, Inquisitor. Well, yeah, enjoy your family time. Hello, Scarlet, and Easy. Okay, this is the ultimate door. So the ultimate door is a secret ultimate student. I think this came up in the first Danganronpa game, right? This like originated in DR1. This was actually more of Chat's thing than mine. I like it. I just never personally saw much opportunity to utilize it, just because it's something that, I don't know. I never know when to use it. So like, it can't be top tier because that would be, I would be able to utilize it better if it were top tier. But it's also a cool meme that, you know, was sort of created by Chat. So it's still good. We're gonna put it in B tier. It's not a pearl, but we'll get to that. Fatalium. Oh my god, these ridiculous. This is a newer meme too from Ace Attorney Investigations 2, where they have all these ridiculous names for these chemical compounds. I forget what the other one's called. What was the second one? It's Fatalium, and what was the other one? Killium. They're really funny, and it was kind of funny to go around and say like whatever other type of, you know, shit we could think of that they could use like that. So this is again one that hasn't really been around for a super long time, but it's got potential to have some state. Normalium, good old Normalium. Good old Die Young Hospital. Wait, who else just came in? Chancellor. This is a meme list that was put together for me. Okay, so 11037. Hilarious. I still use this. I want to use this meme outside of channel stuff, and I have to stop myself to remind myself that nobody's gonna fucking get the joke. It made 1-1 of Danganronpa so blatantly obvious that I thought I must be reading it wrong. And then it was pointed out, well, if you were Japanese and playing this game, it wouldn't necessarily seem so obvious because it's written in English. Which made sense. But I find this joke to be hilarious, personally. Why not blast some Mariah Carey? Sarah, would you like my channel to be taken down because of copyright backslaps that would be levied against me from Mariah Carey herself? Now, don't get me wrong, that'd be kind of hot for me because I've always had a huge crush on her. She can step on me all she wants. But if I'm thinking about it rationally, probably shouldn't invoke the wrath of the copyright gods. Covers don't really work. Because the person that covers the song or Mariah Carey could both claim it then. Outside the chemical status. Oh, God. You forgot that Mariah Carey existed? I mean, most people do until Christmas. Oh yeah, by all means. That's why I have something like lower playing right now, just some lo-fi. Actually, you know what? In fact, let's turn this down just a smidge. There we go. That way, if you want to play something else, it won't be intrusive. But if you want to listen to it, it's there. Okay, so Rise from the Ashes, which will be finally releasing after this stream. This one's, I hate this one because it's a failure on my part. It is an absolute failure on my part. And so that's what it reminds me of. And so for that reason, I despise it. But I definitely gotta stop doing that. That's a fucking meme too. Pressing back when in inappropriate times. But yeah, I feel a little better about it now that we'll actually be releasing the VOD tonight. If a lawyer is the defendant? No. The judge might not even know that unless it's brought up. So, most of the time, no. If I knew the judge and I had to go in front of them because of whatever, then it might change, but not necessarily in a beneficial way. If anything, I might get treated more harshly because they'd see whatever I did as an affront to the legal profession. Wait, which one's 12 years? This one? $12 years. Okay, so 12 years is good. The problem is that it's a worse version of 18 years, which is really good. It's the same meme, just a second one. So, but 18 years is a top tier meme. That's something we'll be able to use like forever. But it is funny that they both had like different ways. Like 18 years was, it's been 18 years. 12 years was 12 years ago. Hello, Milk Latte. Also, hello, Adamski. Oh God. This is the worst, mostly because it's so depressing. Barbara's voice change in Genshin Impact legitimately upset me. I am still upset about it. And now when everybody quotes her in like stream, they'll like follow it with like a sad emoji because she just sounds like, let the show begin. Like, Well, if you don't care, why should I care? Oh, it's so depressing. I'm so upset that they changed her from spunky filled with personality to lame and like flat and bland. I don't know why they did that. It's so yeah, that whenever I think of it, it depresses me. So that's why it gets the hero tier. It's just it's a travesty. It's a travesty. KY is a really good meme. The only reason I won't put it at the top is because
Jesus fucking, are you kidding me?
There are some times where it's been used inappropriately, and in those instances, it's kind of just annoying. But that doesn't happen very often, and otherwise, it's generally really funny. But that's the difference between me controlling, like I control when I sing Photograph, for example. I control when I shit on Hero. There's not like a command that allows anybody to do it. So I guess that's just the difference between controlling something versus not being able to control it. Yeah, it's a meme tier list. But yeah, it's a really funny reaction. KY is hilarious when he plays those Dark Souls games. I mean, he's funny in general, but like his reactions like that in the Dark Souls games when he gets really upset are absolutely hilarious. And I suggest everybody go and check out some of his VODs or his streams if you have a chance to to experience it yourself. The double finger pointing. Okay, so this really was only a thing for one stream. I loved it. I absolutely loved it. I got so excited when it happened. The issue with this meme is that we don't really use it anymore. And like, unlike Photograph, where I'm like chomping at the bit to sing Photograph at some point, even though we haven't used it in a while, this one I'm never like thinking of in the back of my mind like, oh, can we get a double finger point? Even though, again, it was spectacular when it happened. So it's still, it's good meme. It's good meme. It's just not one that had a lot of staying power. I think it's the time has a lot to do with it, but I mean, chat was it last stream? It was super popping. It was either Wednesday or Thursday. I can't remember which one. This is the one I was there for a while. I'm like, wow, chat's popping off. More traffic than my Final Fantasy stream. I was kind of jelly. Not gonna lie, but good for him. Hope that keeps up. Von Karma. Okay, Von Karma's a magnificent. Probably here. It has staying power. I like that I have certain jokes that people continually like will repost it in the VOD cut. Or like mark it. Oh god, that was hilarious. And so part of this is I'm very proud of how his character came out and was presented in my playthrough of the game, but also he's just a magnificent villain. I love him so much, and I'm so glad that wasn't the last time we saw him. Every time I see Von Karma on screen, I'm like, oh god, yes, and then I get to voice him, and it's a great time. So yeah, he's top tier. He's top tier. Pearl's Ball. Now, this is one that's been around for a while. It even seeps into Danganronpa streams, in that we will accuse Pearl's Ball of being the murderer and the thing that screws up everything. It's pretty funny just because it's like It's a kid in her ball, but like, holy shit, does it cause some problems because she drops it when it destroys her great ancestor's spirit urn. And the catalyst that is for that case. Show me lawyer card, sussy. Oh, do you not trust me? Do I not have a trustworthy face? Do I not have a trustworthy face? Probably not. I think I've shown my card on stream. I can show it, but I would never show the whole thing because A, I don't want anybody to have my number, the bar number, and B, keep my full name in the privacy. I have a rustworthy face. Well, I have no comeback to that. All right, Muse sex jokes. They're hilarious, but this is kind of one like finger pointing where they were really funny in the context of playing the game, but we haven't really done a ton with it outside of V3. Maybe this has some potential if we, keep riding one. But this just hasn't made it out of that kind of pigeonhole yet. But it's really, she was a fantastic character. What? Oh, Shuichi grabbing the prostitutes in the taxi? It just fucking destroying them. Similar to the Mew thing, not as funny as the Mew stuff, but it is funny. It's just, this isn't something that we really use outside of V3 just yet, but that was pretty funny. Pow. And what's this? Just Twain Pog? I mean, I'm pretty happy that I got a Pog face. But I can't give this anything like spectacular because I mean it's building off another meme that already exists, right? So it's a good meme, but not like I can take credit for it or like it's anything innovative, so we'll keep it in B. Yeah, that's save. One that I just thought of because she made noise. My fucking dog intruding on my stream constantly. Okay, what's the next one I should roll with? What would the tier list be? Just a bunch of different pictures of her? I'm glad you use it all the time. Hey Marie, yeah, that was a channel meme tier list. So there's in Danganronpa V3, one of your like mind games is Psych Taxi. And what you have to do is run into the correct prostitute. We call them prostitutes, but they're just silhouettes of women that you pick up that are standing on the road, and you just run into them, and if it's the right one, she does a flip into your car, and you can get up to 3 at a time. Well, yeah. I mean, that's exactly what would happen. Okay, What? Which one is this? Okay, so this is all of... Wait, is this everything? Holy shit. Okay, let's save that one. That's gonna be a doozy. Okay, so we have Danganronpa cases. Phoenix Wright cases. Now let's do this one. Just hurt my eyes. Whoops. What happened? Oh. Okay, so this is allegedly a waifu list. Allegedly. Mega what? Yeah, can we add a... Yeah, let's add... I didn't even notice that one. Add a row below. Jail. Gray. Okay. Okay, so let's just get this out of the way. Jail. Jail. Probably jail. Actually. Jail. Jail. I think that's it. Am I missing anybody? Oh. Jail. Yeah, I was thinking about that. So Emma normally wouldn't be jail if the picture was like her updated picture, but in this particular picture, she's what, 16? So that would be jail. Like their age is something like this, right? But if it was Apollo Justice Emma, well, that's different because she's like, what, 23 or something? There is no difference between jail and illegal. If you try to wife them, you're probably going to jail because it's illegal. Wow, is she really that old? Second from the bottom? Wait, which one? Oh, I am so dumb. Okay. I thought that said mega. I totally thought that said mega. Okay, good. That makes things easier. Because I was wondering...
fucking, are you kidding me?
I was wondering why there wasn't a jail tier. Because I think I said something about it too. I was like, what is mega? I thought it said mega exclamation point. If you're in the circuit, yeah, then they just let you get away with it. Okay, so Maya's only 17 in the first game. By Trials and Tribulations, she's what, 20? Okay, let's get the F's out of the way. No. Seriously, this might be illegal, because he's like institutionalized, isn't he? Pretty sure that would be taking advantage of a mentally handicapped person. No. Though I'd still take her over Old Bag. No. Actually, you know what? We're gonna give Old Bag that one. Is this what's her face from the flight attendant? No. Okay, so those are all the insta-nos. That is Cammy. Okay. Old Bag in F? Would you not put her in F? Because Halucha simps for Hifumi. Yeah, it's a combination of dyslexia and just an inability to see very clearly. I don't have good vision. Old Bag? This is Old Bag. That's like actually her name. Henny is definitely not under 18. Well, we have to know her age, right? Because it's normally in the profile. Oh, yeah, this is Morgan Faye. This is Pearl's mom. I keep her higher than the others because even though I absolutely despise her hairstyle, she might actually be mildly attractive. Because her face is, I mean, she's older, but like her face is pretty if she didn't have that fucking scowl on her, fake ass scowl on her face. Well, that's not good. Screw that back in later. And also, I give her credit for attempting to seize power. She's a bitch, but she shot her shot. I respect it. I respect it. Well, yeah, she's good, but why didn't she do anything good with her hair? Okay. All right. So now let's start ascending here. What was her name? I'm pretty sure she's a robot, which means you can't have sex with her. Unless she actually has, like, sex organs, which is kind of a problem when you are talking about a potential waifu. Lisa Basil. Oh, no, Hottie is an illegal tier because you can go to jail for sexually taking advantage of the mentally handicapped. Just depending on what all happens. So that's actual jail. Oh, I think she's an actual robot. She's a robot in my headcanon. That doesn't mean there's any saliva in the mouth or that her tongue is soft. I mean, Hifumi technically wouldn't be. He's 18. Squirtle all over my face, daddy. Oh god. What a time. What a time to arrive. You just need to have the right USD. I thought they kind of left it ambiguous, except for they kept like telling him to go back to his room. That's robophobic. Oh god. Okay, yeah. So, I mean, like, she's kind of funny in an unintentional way. I hate this hairstyle. I've never been a fan of, like, the, I'm not sure what you call it, but that, like, straight bang look, whether it be straight across or, like, down and out. It has to be something similar to Maya's if you're gonna do it. Which is like, it has its break in the middle. But yeah, just not a fan of that. I mean, her hair color's cool. If I remember correctly, her body, the contours of her body were pretty nice. But again, I think she's a robot. And I'm not sure she has sex organs. And I'm probably not going to embarrass myself by trying to figure it out. It says 11:59 on my clock. Almost Christmas isn't Christmas. Bob. Thank you, Lugia. Hold on, just wait for it. There we go. Merry Christmas. Now it's officially Christmas for me. Hope you all have a Merry Christmas. Again, unless it's not Merry Christmas for you yet, in which case, just wait. Okay. Speaking of hairstyles, I cannot stand her hairstyle. This is the other flight attendant, right? It was difficult to look at. It was very difficult to look at. Absolutely despise it. She's not particularly interesting. Her sense of design blows. Roland she's got some DSLs on her, which is always a plus. But her love for animals is a problem because I'm like really allergic to many animals. It's just the one dog is enough, and she wants to be around all animals all the time. So kissing her would probably make me sneeze. And even if she has DSLs, if she's around the area of getting ready to perform oral sex, if that fox were to bite me, that would be a problem. So, yeah. Not ideal. She's also just kind of annoying. We're up to C. This is Waki's girlfriend. She was cute, but like, I didn't find her particularly interesting. I guess one thing that is interesting, she kind of looks like a real fucking person. Like, I have seen somebody that looks just like her in real life, sort of thing. Think about the real make or break stuff. So, she was a cutie, just, I didn't find much interesting about her. She wasn't a particularly interesting villain either. Bikini seems like she would be a wonderful wife. In terms of like, she seems like she'd always try to keep you in a good mood, because she's always in a good mood. And I'm guessing being a part of like a clergy, she knows how to like cook and shit, because otherwise how would they eat? She seems, well, I was gonna say she seems relatively brave, but that's not actually true. Kind of. She stepped up when she needed to. Problem is, I don't know what her hair looks like under there, and as you notice, hair can be a big deal for me. And she's short. She's really short. My ex-girlfriend, before I started dating my wife, was 5'2", and I'm 6'4", so I can get down with short girls, but not when you're like that short. But yeah, she'd probably be a really good mom and a good wife. Just, there's too much unknown about her physical appearance. So, yeah. That'd be a roll of the dice there. Alicia would be awesome as like a chef. I would get very rotund if I were married to her. Damn, this is the waifu tier list. Was a Miro in here? Okay. But I hate her rosy red cheeks. I hate her hair. She also seems kind of short. I think her eyes are actually pretty adorable. And she's kind of a snake. She's kind of a fucking snake. Yeah, she was a fraud. She was a fucking snake. I thought she could still make food well, though. She just wasn't as good as everyone else. Or am I not remembering that correctly? She's 4'7". Well, that same height issue is with Bikini there. She did put chocolate on top of plastic. Okay, well then, she's a pharmacist. Do you know what the good thing about dating a pharmacist is? Yeah, that's still bonus points. Forget everything I said about the food, instead focus on the fact that she is a pharmacist. Okay. I'll address Emma later. I mean, the only that it's her, right? Because she was pretty tall and rotund. That's the only, like, actually, she was kind of tall, wasn't she? I just feel like a lot of the girls are short. Misty, Faye, she sucked as a mom. She sucked. She sucked as a mom. She's pretty, but we got, like, none of her personality. And again, boy, is she a fucking awful mother. Gotcha, Switcher. Feel free to chime in. 5'4", and she seemed taller. So, like... So, yeah. Well, some of them, I'm just putting them up as I like, get thoughts about them. There still could be others that fall, like, down into these tiers later. Except for illegal, because I think we got rid of all the underage. How old is, Gangster Girl? I guess she could be underage, but I'm not sure. I don't think that was really ever... Why is Misty Faye awful? Yeah! She died, and it was like, oh, she died. Oh well. It was a huge letdown and missed opportunity. Was it the first victim? Okay, so this is where we put Lada. Lada actually seems like she might be wild in bed, and she's a very earnest person. Two big problems with her that I have. Her hair is awful. I'm not a fro man personally. I don't like it. Like it more than the bob though. And she can get really fucking annoying. Really annoying. But she is still C tier. I'd still tap that. Who's worse? I mean, Morgan's arguably a better mother than Misty. She would take a lot of pictures without my consent. She's 25. You just have to know how to harness the power, Adamski, that comes with such responsibility. Okay, All right, well, let's just go to my next thought. I'm not sure quite yet. April May is a banger, and she was Red Wife's waifu, and it seems like she did a pretty good job being his waifu, quite honestly. The problem is that she's a little too corny at times, or it's just like, oh god, grow a brain. But, I actually think she's probably a pretty good waifu. Yeah, at least Morgan was there for Pearl. Her whole motivation was to put her daughter at the top. You can say, like, there's some love behind that, right? No. She's not actually his wife, but like she's a waifu for him, right? That's what I mean. Yo, what's up, Light? I see. Well, then I'll stop saying things. Okay, I forget her name, but I thought she was really cute. Sucked that she committed a crime, but like, I thought she was an adorable character. I liked her quirk of she's like always like, she was fun. She was fun. Lauren? Penny, I probably like Penny more than the average person. She is kind of plain looking, but I think she's cute. She's pretty good at her job. As you see, she's been moving up. Got her little side pigtail. I think her glasses are cute. She got some freckles. I don't know. I think her character would get a lot more interesting if she simply wore different clothing. She's just like a monochrome character. But she's also kind of a geek, and I love that. So, this one might not make any sense, but it would be really fun, if not problematic, to have a waifu that could literally switch between two completely different types of person at any given time. Her pirate act was, or thief, or whatever you want to call that, was actually kind of hot. And her Russian, her like a passive, submissive Russian, you know, act was, it fooled me. It fooled me. It fooled me. So, yeah, I mean, like, she was a snake too, but she never did anything like say Morgan bad, you know. She's just kind of a con artist. I'm actually not sure if I want her here or here. Probably here. Probably here. She's more interesting than she is, than Lauren is. Which one is this, Eni? Or is it the sister? So I found her act very amusing, but I can see why she'd be really fucking annoying. She was kind of hot. It's just that I hate the curls at the end of her hair. Like, straighten the hair out, or like curl it all, like have it all be curly instead of just the end. I'm not a big fan of that look, but her bangs are pretty sexy. I'm also a big fan of that hat. I could go off Mayan Apollo Justice, quite frankly. But yeah, she's, the last time we saw Maya, she's very much not illegal, so. Make it easy to, man, see, Scarlet needs to be one. Scarlet's tier list would be a lot more interesting than mine. Yeah, she's in Apollo Justice, but she exists. As far as I know, she didn't die. Or we can go based off of Maya in Investigations 2. How old was she in Investigations 2? 20? 21? But yeah, I'm personally not a fan of the curls. But I do think she's kind of hot otherwise. And I dig the Valley Girl. I think it's highly amusing. Probably not in the best way, in that it's kind of in a condescending, like, patronizing fashion. But I actually really enjoy it. Viola. Now, here's the thing about Viola. Being a part of the crime family and being a competent member of a crime family, which I see myself as, I'd basically be Robert Duvall's character in The Godfather. Obviously. So with that comes a lot of potential for personal gain. Honestly, her big thing, her like low-key threatening personality is kind of hot. But her big thing is, I just don't think she's like super attractive. I wonder how she would look without the I just got my head bust open bandages on. She's also really thin. She's like really thin. Probably one of the thinnest characters I can think of. And I prefer my women to have a little more meat to her. Well, I mean, I'm assuming part of the reason her hair looks like that is because it's hard to wash it. Okay, so I forget the name of the nurse. I actually think she's super cute, although this is gonna sound really like self-indulgent, but I really like the personality I gave her, as like she's kind of like a wholesome Midwesterner. I'm also attracted to her because she's a nurse. My wife's a nurse. Obviously I have a thing for nurses. Yo, what's up, dog? Well, yeah, but then I'm afraid I'm gonna break them. Is that her name, Karen? See, I don't think so. Although that could be because that game's freshest in my mind. But I like the personality I gave her. It made her more memorable to me than maybe she would have been otherwise. Again, that's really self-indulgent and like probably conceited, but that's part of my perception for her, so I can't really ignore it. And it's just, she's cute. I think she's a little cutie. But she also doesn't do anything like amazingly, to put her at the top. The ultimate lucky student for real. Vera. Vera probably here. Vera's another cutie. I can look past the bang thing because I like me an introverted artist, and her hair color is beautiful. The issue with Vera is she's a little too introverted, and it seems like her being a waifu would take a lot of effort. And not saying it wouldn't be worth it, but there are other women here whom I think could be waifu with a lot more natural effort, as opposed to like over the top, gotta make sure everything's okay sort of thing. He has to be Teruhashi style. Because if he is who I think he is, which is a committed psychiatric patient, taking advantage of him sexually could lead to criminal charges. So, thus, illegal. Okay, now we're getting into it. This is probably going to be kind of controversial. I've mentioned this in a prior video, but I don't completely hate Dahlia as a waifu. She's not high up there. There's a considerable risk, but there's also something about it that's oddly attractive, and that I know, it makes me a really fucked up human being, but there's something I kind of dig about it, and that's just the way it is. I'm not gonna bullshit y'all. What would all of his crimes be? I mean, I can't give you an exhaustive list, but I mean, that's fraud, criminal fraud. There's probably something specific about like impersonating a professional medical individual. I would maybe not, but it wouldn't surprise me if there were. How many times have you guys heard me say I want that X person to step on me with her stiletto? It's kind of like a succubus. I am very much into the idea of succubi. If I'm gonna die, at least kill me like a fucking praying mantis. We fuck and then you kill me. That is the best way to go. If you looked at my Pornhub searches, you'd probably find a way too high amount of instances of succubi being the search term. I don't know. The concept's just super hot to me. I don't know why. It just is. Oh, I fear death too. But if I'm gonna die, fuck me and kill me, at least. Like succubus style. Like, let's have sex to the point where like it's so good that you drain my soul energy. There's got to be worse deaths than that. I'm so glad this is what I'm doing on the night before Christmas. That's what I'm here for. So yeah, I mean, there's obviously considerable risk, so she can't be up here. And quite honestly, I wouldn't tell her this because I'd probably get my throat slit while I'm sleeping, but I'd prefer she lose the braids. I like braids, but not the way she has them. But I do dig her red hair. And she is somebody that would be magnificent to present to your family because they would all think she's amazing. Even though she really wouldn't be. Oh, don't kill me on the toilet. I don't want to die on the toilet. Okay. Now it's starting to get tough. Iris. So even though she doesn't have the bikini problem, we generally know what Iris looks like, right? Because we've seen her without her hood. We've seen Dahlia's body. Iris is an incredibly nice individual. She makes some wrong decisions, but you can tell she really regrets them, and it like eats her up inside. She'd probably be a wonderful mother. She's too passive for me, too submissive. As you can see by the signs I've been giving you guys, I like somebody with some spunk to them. So even though Iris probably ticks off most of the other boxes, she's too passive. Oh, it's not that she's not murdered. She's still above her sister. Yeah, I mean, she's good. I think some people go crazy over her, and I know why, but I won't ever understand why. Oh, that's the type of person you prefer, but as somebody who doesn't prefer that type of individual, I can say like, all right, I can list you a bunch of logical reasons why somebody would be into that. But because I don't believe in those things as being attractive traits, I don't understand the feeling behind those reasons. We'll put Courtney in high B. Courtney's hot. I hate her hair. Absolutely hate it. She's a little too self-righteous. That whole goddess of law stuff would get really annoying really fast. She's a good mother. I mean, she seems like she's a good mother, even though she's like really too young to be a mother of a teenager, because that's not usually what would happen in the natural progression, right? She would generally have someone around the age of like 5 or 6, not 13 or whatever what's his fuck was. Yeah, we gotta worry about it. It's illegal. It's bestiality. So yeah, that's what keeps her from being A. But she's smoking. She just needs to change that hair. That hair is awful. Starting to get into the nitty gritty here. Cammy's like my one exception for short girls. I don't know what it is about her, but I loved her character. I fucking loved her character so much. And she's cute for a really short girl. I don't know why. I can't really explain it. But something about her just attracts me. I don't know why. How short? I thought she was really short. Yeah, I can't see anything. Besides, dog got rid of it. Yeah, remember the rule. I don't want to know I don't want to hear, I don't want to see discussions, nothing about future characters. That is a spoiler. I don't know. Cammy's the one that I legitimately cannot explain to you why she is where she is, but she is. Now, Angel Star is the type of personality I can get behind. She's confident. She can be forceful. She's got a badass, like, dual eye thing going on when she flips her hair so that you know she's in serious mode. Her lunches seem like they'd be delicious. Her problem, I think, is that we really only see one side of her. So I have no idea how good of a wife is she. She dates fucking everybody. That's a problem. I'm a monogamous man. I'm personally not a, hey, let's have an open relationship kind of guy. That's your thing? Good for you. I can't do it. I'm not a secure enough person to be fine with a relationship like that. But we know she wasn't always like that. I'm trying to extrapolate like her good qualities that she had to have had based on her reputation. But like I said, we really only get introduced to like her worst qualities. Other than apparently she's able to still attract a shit ton of people. blue badger was confirmed to be a male because they made the girl badger in AI 2. Yeah, for me, it's not about attractiveness. I'm just not secure enough of a person to mentally deal with that. That's my thing. I wish I were, but I'm not. I'm not evolved enough for something like that. All right, fine. Let's put D here. Another one of the with her comes power sort of thing. She is the type of crime boss wife you want. She's actually kind of sexy. She has some DSLs on her too. Two big issues with her. One, she smokes, which is really bad. Terrible for my lungs, which are already sensitive, my asthma and stuff. And two, she doesn't seem... We don't get enough of personality from her. We get a personality, but her personality is to be stoic, like, kind of intimidating boss. But, like, I don't know what her fun side would be. Would she be great in the bedroom? I don't know. Maybe? But she could just be, like, super basic about it. We have sex. She orgasms. She's like, all right, we're done. I'm sitting there with a boner still. And it's like, it doesn't matter because she's done. It's not like I can question it. Unless she have one of the 4 bodyguards waiting outside come and rip my dick off. Well, smoking in general feels relaxing for people. I'm relaxed enough after sex where I don't need a cigarette. I'm not saying smokers are bad. I just don't have any interest in dating a smoker. Because they generally carry the smell around with them, not only on their person, but in their mouth. And like I said, I have asthma. I have lung issues. I legitimately should not. It would be bad for my health. In that way. I'll deal with it in the whole she might cut my throat thing, but my lungs, on the other hand, yeah, God forbid I don't finish the job for her. She still might have her goons come in and rip my dick off. So, but she's still up there. The potential is high. I'm gonna put Lana here. Lana's very pretty. Her dedication to her sister is admirable. She has a beautiful smile. I guess the only issue I have with Lana is that nothing about her is... As a waifu, she's like really good. She's like good at everything, but she isn't really... There's not one thing about her that I find to be amazing. If that makes sense. And that's probably because most of the time we deal with her, she's like that cold, standoffish Lana, and we don't really know what warm Lana is like. She was a chief prosecutor. She didn't prosecute anybody. She was more like a manager of the prosecutor's office. So yeah, like that's the thing. She's pretty good at everything. She's just not amazing at anything that like makes me go, oh yeah, Lana's got that thing. But yeah, based on what I understand about the double chief prosecutor roles that they have, because there are 2 chief prosecutor roles. This was brought up to me the last time I think we talked about this. The English game doesn't distinguish between them, which is a problem because it makes it confusing. But from what I understand, what she became is not, she didn't actually prosecute anybody herself. She wasn't the one leading cases. Yeah, crimes don't count for this because we'd have to cut. We'd have to cut like half the list, right? Because they're in jail. But I mean, you can take into consideration it as a part of their character, right? I don't think there's anything that says she had to have prosecuted before. At least not that I remember. Yo, what's up, Ryan? Yeah, I mean, I feel like we're pretty in agreement here that we've established that they haven't done anything that could be deal breaking. We've kind of pushed that aside. That's why I could even praise Morgan Fay to some extent, even though she's, you know, for games 2 and 3, she's like the overarching villain. Somebody has to make me a husbando list. I don't have one, Bope. The VOD cut will not have Arnold. I completely. You guys want to see that? Hold on. You guys want to see what this file looked like? Do I have? This is 6.5 hours worth of video. Each one of the green marks, or each one of the marks, I made it red temporarily here and realized that was a dumb idea because I'd have to change it every time. Each green mark is a voice line for Lana. So I had to redub over each one of those lines, then find the corresponding track to put it with, then try to make it sound okay. And we're still missing like some sound effects, but I was like, fuck it. This is good enough. That's good enough. That was a lot of work. It took a long time. I'm not taking down the other VODs. People can still see the Schwarzenegger if they want. They just have to go to the original stream videos. I mean, you can. I don't know if we'll have time to get to it, but you can always do that for next time. Yeah, Halucha's... Trep's, I think, briefed Halucha on everything that he should be doing. All right, take it easy, Jake. Have a Merry Christmas to you as well. Have a good one. Okay, next. Man, this is getting really tough, you know? And I think some people are not gonna like this. It's not that she's still A tier. Maya has a few problems going for her though. She is a ride or die type girl. Got your back for whatever. Obviously very caring about Phoenix and her family. Generally good taste in food. And she has a great sense of humor. One of the issues that I have with Maya is that I can't see her as more than like dating her, and see her as more than a best friend. I don't know what type of role she'd be able to play as a wife. And that probably has something to do with her immaturity. She has a lot going for her. She's super cute. Like, I compare her to everyone else that's down here. And I'm like, whether or not they're like good people or not, they sort of like know what they're doing. They act their age. Except for Francisca. So like, I want to put her higher, but I can't have all of these people in S class, in S tier. That's too many. I mean, I don't know, maybe. I never got anything, and I never feel like I got anything in terms of like her sexual orientation. Ooh, gotta hide that. Yeah, but okay, but here's the other reason why this is still very difficult for me. I felt that way about my wife. My wife and I were best friends for 2 years before I started dating her. And it was kind of hard initially to get over that. But eventually I did. So like, it's definitely something that you can get past. So that's why I don't like using it as an excuse for like holding somebody like Maya back. Well, yeah, but you know, yeah, and a 7-year gap really, I mean, it's a bigger gap. The younger they are, the bigger of a gap it is. When somebody's 47 and 40, that 7-year gap it doesn't fucking matter anymore. I mean, hell, my parents were 27 and 21 when they got married. My mom was 19 and my dad was 26 or 25 when they met. It just depends. Like, for a lot of people, it really doesn't mean anything. Lamoir is pretty fucking sexy. The problem I have with Lamoir is she is wait, one other thing to say about Maya. She gets accused of murder way too much. That's kind of a problem. She's a magnet for, like, annoyance. Yeah, she literally gets a frame for murder, like, just a magnet for that. Yeah, Lamoir is super fucking sexy, but holy shit, was I incredibly frustrated with her general approach to things in that case. Some of the decisions she made, it's just like, why would you do that? She seems like she would be kind of frustrating in that regard. She's very caring. She's very considerate. It's just she makes really bad decisions that make no sense. Yeah, but I don't think you can simply say, aside from Pearl shipping's in there for a reason. You don't just arbitrarily put that in there. As like, oh, funny joke, Like, that would be very lame writing, if that were the case. Like, I definitely... If the writers are worth their salt, it means something. It doesn't necessarily mean that that's what has to happen, but there has to be some feeling of romantic tension that actually exists. Otherwise, it's just a lame joke. Yo, what's up, Trep? Okay. What was her name? Madam, what the fuck's her name? Catherine Hall. So yeah, Catherine Hall is super pretty. She's apparently a wonderful singer. Her whole motivation is that she cared deeply for the man that took her in and like took care of her. A little shysty, but again, that's just, you know, that's a matter of her, how she carries things out. But I think she's fucking gorgeous. I'd stare into those fake eyes all day. I guess one problem I have with her is she seems a little too nice at times. Like, it comes off as a little fake sometimes. And it's not fake like Dahlia fake, but it's like, this is just presentation. It's like, be more you know? So that's kind of a problem I had with her. Because I guess it's not a very memorable name, even though she's kind of a memorable character. Well, that's the thing. You can, like I said, you can make it so that both Iris and Maya could be, in theory, love interests. There is some tension there. There doesn't have to be, it doesn't have to actually happen. Just because Iris was there in the way that she was doesn't mean she is Phoenix's canon love interest either. But they're going to exist in someone's life. Double hidden. But that's just my opinion. Obviously, there's no real, like, concrete answer to it, as far as I've gotten, at least. Okay, these are all. Well, yeah, these are all gonna be S tier. Just get that out of the way. I think Nicole's super fun. I love her spunky attitude. I think she's really hot. Downsides, she's with Lada. So you're gonna have to deal with Lada too. It seems like she'd be more interested in getting a story than being with you, which is kind of a problem. Also, she kind of has that same shiesty side that Lada does. That, like, oh, I might use some underhanded tactics to get the story that I want. But I don't know, she's a fucking babe. I love everything about her look. She's got courage to her. I don't know, I almost assuredly 99.9% sure that I'm super overrating Nicole Swift, but I love her character. At least I have more, like, explanation for why I like her than I did with Cammy. I still don't know why I find Cammy so high. So Yu is Yu's an attorney, so that's obviously I find that attractive. She's got some DSLs. I think she's just hot. Her personality I find really amusing. Her problem is that she's kind of a psychopath. That's a problem. That's a problem. If only we could get past that. At the same time, though, being one of the 3 pillars of the Yatagarasu is also super hot. But yeah, I loved her character. I was a big fan of her character, and glad that she had like an ultimately like huge role in the first Investigations game. Man. Now it's starting to get really tough. All right, my masochistic side has won out. Maggie is, if you picked the most adorable character in the entire game, it would be Maggie. Adorable in like a romantic way, not like, of course, Pearl is adorable, but as a child, you know, you're like, oh, you're so cute. But just like, she exudes adorableness. She probably reminds me the most of my wife out of all the characters here. And her reappearance in Investigations 1 just made her even more adorable, if that was even fucking possible. But yeah, she would bring you bad luck. That is a problem. That's something you cannot avoid. Like, just be like, whatever, I'll deal with it. She also seems to like be one of those people who are like, romance. Like, she can't think of it seriously. Because even when she was with that dude, she was like, no, it wasn't like that. Like, bruh, come on. Just admit it. It's fine to have romantic feelings for somebody. It's not a problem. Yeah, she's a part of the most pure ship in the entire series. Bar none. Bar none. Gumshoe and Maggie is the most pure ship. But yeah, the thing is that she's not like super fucking like dead sexy. But she's just really cute. Everything about her look is super cute. I love Maggie. Problems. I mean, you got the luck thing. Again, it seems like she has a romantic immaturity problem. Which, to be fair, a lot of these people do. Like, at least I presume that they do. Like, Francisca, I think, definitely does, for example. But that's just extrapolating based on other information we know about her. We've actually seen this sort of romantic immaturity from Maggie. But, yeah, she's got to be able to hold down the job, too. She keeps bouncing around, and that's kind of problematic. Okay. Desiree's a fucking banger. And like, I love that you meet her and you see her with Ron and you're like, she has to just be, she's just taking advantage of him in some way, right? This isn't fucking, there's no way. There's no fucking way. Turns out she does really love him, and that's amazing. Like, she's a really good person. She spends a shit ton, but she's not like that gold digger where it's like, I'm just with you for your money. She like truly cares about Ron and wants him to, because if he had like an estate behind him because he like saved up money and he were to die, would she be like, oh, whatever, I got his money? No, she wouldn't be like that. She'd be super sad. Her whole like ride fast, die hard sort of way of life is hot. Her design, she is a fucking banger, and I really enjoyed her character in that it was a complete swerve from what I expected in a very good way. Ron is a very lucky man. Yeah, they're awesome. I love them. I love them together. The biggest problem with Desiree is we meet her once. We don't really get a ton from her in terms of like Ron loves her, obviously, and it's not just because of her looks. But like, I don't really know much else about her. Like, would she be a good mother? I don't know. Maybe not. Like, are there other things that she could do really well as a partner? Probably. I assume anybody that drives a motorcycle like her is probably a dynamite in the sack. I don't have any reasoning behind that other than they like thrill. Yeah, they were. We saw them, but we didn't get anything new about her personality from that, right? You could talk to them, but we didn't learn anything new about her. Okay, Mia is pretty much the complete package. She's super smart. She's super sexy. She was a great attorney. The things I didn't like, the downsides to Mia didn't really come about until after she died. Other than the fact, in addition to the fact that she's dead, because that's a problem. That's a problem. But like the way she went about certain things and like how withholding of information she could be cast a bit of doubt, just a tiny amount, on her personality because they just were baffling decisions sometimes. Like it was like where she took over Maya's body once when Maya was in prison, and she just wouldn't tell you the information. And I'm like, why? You know, if I don't get this information, your sister's fucked, right? It was very strange. She has some weird quirks to her personality that I don't really like. But other than that, she is a bombshell of a person. Yeah, that's one thing I get me irritated about Kyoko too. All right, we got to put all the dead people in illegal. Let's see. One. She's probably dead. She's probably dead. She might be dead. She is dead. She might be dead. I don't know, is Roland gonna die? Maybe. Wait, did I have her? I think I had her here. Fuck, where did I have D? She was an A somewhere, but I don't remember where I put her. Oh yeah, Dolly is dead too. Yep, boom. Behind Lana? Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so Francisca and Adrian. I love both of their character arcs. I especially connect with Adrian because I've been through similar types of emotional challenges as she has. And like due to that, end up coming off as a cold person for a prolonged period of time. I think they're both hot. I'm probably one of the people that would be fine with Francisca's whip. In fact, she'd probably stop whipping me because I'd ask for more, and she'd be like, well, this isn't doing what I want it to do. I know this is probably weird, but Francisca's little mole next to her eye is just so fucking cute. Adrian does not seem to have that sexual immaturity or romantic immaturity because we know she's been in romantic relationships before. And whereas Francisca still is, has Francisca ever, is she even interested in romance? It's kind of like Edgeworth. Edgeworth is just like, what is dating? Well, I don't exactly know how my mother and father created me. I just never thought about it. Like that's what it seems like. Francisca's the same way. But because he's number one, Edgeworth is a truth sexual. There you go. So for that reason, because otherwise, like, physically speaking, like I said, they're both hot. You could easily make an argument for both. Adrian, they also both have the short issue, but I definitely overlook it for these two for a lot of other reasons. Adrian just seems like so much more of an adult, especially once she overcomes like her problems. She's able to she goes to prison and is still able to reinvent herself afterwards. That's really impressive. Not everybody can do that. That's just how impressive of a person she is. She's super cute. She's funny. I love her sense of style. Except for the color of the pants. I like the pants, but not the color of the pants. Is that like teal or something? Aqua? It was weird. So that's why Adrian gets the top spot over Francisca, but it is very close. Because, again, I know some people were like, but Francisca abuses me. Yeah, she does. And some people have kinks where that's not a bad thing to them. Don't shame them. Don't kink shame me. That ended up being a lot more in depth than I thought. Oh, yeah. Okay, so let me address this real quick. So the reason why Emma's down here is because this is Emma from 1.5. This is 16-year-old Emma, so she's legal in this context. But if we were to assume she's 26-year-old Emma, she's probably here. I think she's fucking hysterical. She's very pretty. I love her sense of style. I love her surliness. And I really empathize with her being in a career where she's like, I hate this. I fucking hate this. And it's written so well. It's written so fucking well. Hey, no, you ain't got a joke about that, Marie. There's nothing wrong with that. Well, yeah, Trep, but you obviously have... There's nothing illegal for you. Well, actually, don't... Ignore what I just said. I have no idea what the laws in your country are in regards to that. But they're like the same age as you, right? So that makes more sense. Totally makes more sense. But yeah, if we're talking about 26-year-old Emma, this is where she'd be. She'd be above Francisca. I love Emma's character. What? I would love for us to see Manfred von Karma's wife at some point. In fact, that might be needed. That might be needed. There has to be something exceptional about her, whether it be her level of patience or ability to take abuse. I don't know what it is. Oh, Merry Christmas and stuff. Thank you, Inferno the same for re-upping with by much appreciated 8 strong months. Please ignore our weird conversations. Much appreciated. Welcome back. Okay, so these are the cases. Are these all the cases? Or are these just... Oh yeah, these are all of them. Okay. All right, I'll do the Danganronpa cases first. Cuz I definitely want to make the Ace Attorney one like its own like highlight vid at some point. So I'm probably going to be a little more careful about that one. And quite honestly, this is not a slight at Danganronpa at all. The Ace Attorney cases in general, even the bland ones, are more memorable for me because I can consume them at a higher level than I do the Danganronpa. The Danganronpa cases are like, the whole attorney-lawyer thing doesn't mean much. Other than, like, I call out people's stupid arguments, right? Whereas, like, I sort of feel a more special connection to the Ace Attorney cases, so I tend to remember details across those games better than I do Danganronpa. It's not an indictment on the quality of Danganronpa at all. That's just the way it is. Yeah, exactly. I agree, Trep. I agree. Oh, I mean, I definitely would, Brian. I want to meet everyone that's still alive in the Von Karma family. It's got to be a fascinating family. Okay, so Danganronpa cases. 1-1. Oh, wait. There always has to be a bottom tier, whether that be hero or whatever. We'll just say F. There aren't any cases that I'd say were hero tier. This hero tier is... That's a strong accusation, right? Hey, Infernal, thank you for the $5. Just woke up. Never got to say this. The best in Japanese is Ichiryu, while Phoenix's name is Ryuichi. If it has been said, I did not catch that. That's actually pretty fucking awesome. Oh, it's cool. I don't think it played twice. I only heard it the once. One was the membership thing, and the other was a dono. So they were two separate things. That's pretty awesome, though. I'm very pleased with how DeBest turned out, and hope we get to see more of him going forward. Okay, 1-1. 1-1 has upsides. They built up Sayaka really well. Wait. Hold on. Let's establish something real quick. Are we talking about just the trials or the entire chapter? Including the trials. Those are big differences. Big differences. The entire chapter? I think that makes more sense. I think that makes most sense. I just wasn't sure. Okay, so 1-1 has some stuff going for it. I thought they built up Sayaka wonderfully as like, this is the person that you'll be with. Oh, wait, she's dead. I was ticked when she died. Like, my heart actually sunk in my chest. Not really, but that's what it felt like. Her death was very brutal in a way that made you really despise Leon. Shit was not self-defense. It's not self-defense if you flee and then come back and then take affirmative steps to get into a barricaded room and then kill that person. That's not self-defense. Not in the United States, at least. The investigation, though, there's two problems with the investigation. One is the 11037 thing, which I try not to hold against it, but we have to take it as we experience it. I don't know how it would have been experienced as a Japanese player. Probably better, but once we saw 11037, we knew who it was. Or at least I knew who it was. I'm like, oh, it's Leon. So I don't really know. So I kind of have to hold that against the game. The other thing is that you've heard me rant about how bullshit the whole Leon throwing his super light collared shirt through bars all the way to the incinerator and nothing but that. It's insanely unlikely. It was such bullshit. Like, I did not think about that being a thing because I'm like, there's no fucking way. There's no fucking way. Balling it up doesn't give it enough weight. I would think not, Brian. Personally. I mean, like, so I self-doubted myself for a little bit because I'm like, this is too obvious. This is too obvious. Like, the person who killed her probably wrote that down with her blood because, then you pin it on Leon. It's not really Leon. But then it became very obvious that it was Leon still throughout the course of the case. But yeah, so it really kicks off the series in a great way emotionally. Logically, though, it's utter bullshit how he tried to get away with it. So that and the fucking his rebuttal thing is the worst. It's the worst. It's worse. Hero has one too at one point, doesn't he? And his is worse than Hero's. How can yours be worse? But I might not. Hero just might be inserted into every part of my mind at this point, so I might be wrong about that. Who had all the who had all the end of... It was Leon? Taka? Celeste, right? Who did 4? Who did chapter 4? Hero did... Okay, that's what I was thinking of. All right. Yeah, Leon had by far the worst. So, I'll probably still give it low B tier just because of the emotional it made me feel some things. And that was really good. That was a good thing. Speaking of making me feel some things, oh god. I didn't think Chihiro's death could make me love him even more, but that's what happened when you found out what like the circumstances behind it, and made me hate Mondo so much more. I thought the Byakuya swerve was interesting. It made no fucking sense, other than Byakuya's an asshole at that point, and you're like, okay, I could see why Byakuya would do that just to fuck with people because he's a pretentious idiot and just thinks he's so much smarter than everyone else. All right, later, dog. Like, the swerve, I think I noticed pretty early. I think I noticed once Aoi said something about it. And that's pretty early on. So the reveal wasn't like, at the point of the reveal wasn't like, oh my god. Yeah, and that makes sense that he would do that. So it's just like, even though like I would never think of doing something like that, I could see, like, I can buy the game's reasoning as to why Byakuya would do that. Hold that thought, dog. I'm probably going to push that back one more week and just start it on the new year, because some stuff came up. Two things happened. One, I'm not done with Final Fantasy VII Remake yet. And because of that, I ended up taking some meetings during my stream times for next week. For a couple cases that I need to get done really fast, like relatively quickly. So I'm probably pushing it back one more week. But once it does start, it will be, yes, 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. I haven't announced it yet, though, because I still wasn't 100% sure what I was going to do. Yeah, no worries. So, question, why do you think Chihiro was handled pretty poorly? Not that I disagree, I'm just curious as to your reasoning behind it. Yeah, we could do that. I'm down for any type of Final Fantasy VII tier list. I need to give you guys credits. I don't know, Trep. It really depends on, because it's possible that I'm going to like the game so much that I'm like, let's just go. Let's just jump into it. Jump into the next one. But probably, that's probably, what you suggested is probably what's going to happen. Oh, yeah, okay. So yeah, I agree with that. killing under duress isn't a complete defense against murder, though. It's only a mitigating circumstance. I mean, it's hard to tell, like, in this situation, right? Because it's so out there that we don't know. But generally speaking, duress is not... like, let's say, for example, Lana did kill... what's-his-face? Goodman. Because Gant was blackmailing her. That duress and coercion is not a complete defense. It would only mitigate the potential sentence. Or it can mitigate the charges too, but like it's still like manslaughter then, or something that's gonna carry a punishment. You can't escape it. If you kill somebody, duress/coercion doesn't allow you to escape it entirely. I'm gonna be honest. There was probably only like 3 executions that I really liked. All the others were like... So I wasn't really gonna weight them too heavily. Like, I wasn't gonna hold it against a chapter if the execution sucked. Like, I think this execution sucked. That Mondo Butter thing was fucking lame. But if it's a positive... If it actually stuck out to me, then I was planning to address it as a positive. Yeah, no, I know what you mean by duress. That doesn't change it, though. That doesn't change what I said. Right. It's more of the reaction to it, which honestly... To be completely fair, I don't think I think I might have commented on it a little bit, where I was like, this is kind of, you can tell this was made a little while ago, right? But I didn't pay too much mind to it, just because, like, we have different thinking now, right? And that's sort of how I'm programmed at this point. So, like, for me, it was like, oh, okay, that's very interesting. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it, Brian. A cherry on top. Because I absolutely hate the opposite. Where it's like, if it's good, but if it's bad, boy, I'm going to hold it against you. Like cover letters. Professional cover letters. The plan will play some part into it, yeah. I also like the added layer that Sayaka had this plan that would have worked really well, except she really does care for Makoto, and she realized that, and it fucked her, and that's like helps redeem her character in a way. But yeah, so like my main thing, the one reason I really like Tutu is because I think Chihiro's just a fantastic character. I find him to be incredibly admirable given the situation that they're in. And it infuriated me when I found out what Mondo did. I thought the idea to try to move Chihiro and like, oh, it's a girl, was interesting. And again, Byakuya's swerve was also interesting, while in a way making sense. Again, not in the, I wouldn't ever fucking do that, but there's a method behind his madness. So like, I still consider it good, all things considered. Not great, above average. 1-2. 1-2. 1-2. This is the worst case. At least as far as we'll get to the rest of them later, but for right now, this is the worst case. This case fucking sucked. Celeste's plan was so mundane. Her character was so obvious. Hifumi falling into her, simping for her, so obvious. Killing off Taka after his character took an interesting turn. Nothing about this was any good. This case sucked. And for somebody who's supposed to be the ultimate gambler, she broke under pressure pretty quickly. Ultimate gamblers aren't good gamblers, don't break under pressure. And her motive was incredibly boring too. Oh, I just wanted the money. Really? God, that's so fucking bland. I agree. She had the potential to be a Kokichi-esque character, and they just didn't do anything with it. But it shouldn't have been. As an ultimate gambler, one of her again, because people say when I question things like Leon's thing, and people say because ultimate. Like, it's kind of a meme, but it's also partly serious in that you're supposed to expect these people to have over-the-top abilities that a normal person wouldn't have, despite their age. Bluffing would 100% be a part of an ultimate gambler's repertoire if they were truly the ultimate gambler. And her bluffing was awful. It just... What she ended up being was ultimate lolly cosplayer. That's what she was. Just, oh, God. Okay. 1-4. 1-4 is really, 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 really good. What happened to Sakura was very tragic. That's not how I would have went about things personally, but you understand why she did it. Locked room cases can be very interesting if done well, and I think this one's done very well. I had no idea what happened, but no, that's not true. I initially guessed that Sakura had killed herself. I think I said that right away. I think she might have committed suicide. But the case throughout the investigation gives you enough material to doubt that, and then with all the other people that become involved with it in some degree, it really throws you off. It threw me off, and then I was like, oh, okay, she did commit suicide. But then Aoi's swerve of anger was, I thought, done really well. I was like, oh my God, holy shit. She's gone nuts. And the trial itself and going through everything, I thought was done really well. I think 1-4, that's a locked room case right there. That is just fantastically done. Loved it. Absolutely loved it. Okay, 1-5. One five did something that was kind of predictable, but still was just so disappointing, even though it was predictable. You can argue in 1-4 whether or not Monokuma's meddling went beyond the rules. I've seen arguments both ways. It is indisputable that Junko tried to fucking cheat the game here. And that makes 1-5, just the premise behind it was so disappointing. The investigation was still cool. I enjoyed the investigation, going through like the top room and shit, or the top floor and shit. Like figuring out the clues through like being able to call out that bullshit. It was good. That actually engaging in the investigation was good, but the story behind it, I did not like. Also, Alter Ego coming in and stone colding fucking their plan at the end was awesome. That's the hero when Hero's talking about her being a ghost. Oh god. It's not that the angle wasn't clever itself. It's just that I hate that it happened in the first place, because that's Monokuma meddling in the game in a way that should not have happened. The problem I have with this, I think didn't I call out really early, like when we were inspecting the body, I'm like, that's fucking Junko's body. Or whoever we thought to be Junko. They just recycled their body. So we know this isn't what it seems. So like, even though the angle is clever, I think it was really obvious from the beginning that that wasn't who we thought it was. Or it was who we thought it was, but not in the way that we thought it happened. Yeah, let's pad this out with Hiro talking about Kyoko being a ghost because it's too short otherwise. It was jarring. And I'm not saying that it can't catch people by surprise. It's just, for me personally, the clues that the game provided were too... I personally found them to be obvious. And again, I'm not looking at this from like how would somebody else like these cases? Because if I took a step back and thought about like how random person would like these cases, these would all be ranked very differently. So that's not really, you know, it might be something that I consider in that no reasonable person would ever buy X reasoning or logic or whatever. But generally speaking, when I'm talking about like clues that I find, that's kind of how I approach it. It's not meant to, you know, say, oh, everybody should. No, not at all. Just how it affected my personal experience. Uh 1-6 is so dumb, but I fucking loved it. It was so dumb, but I absolutely loved it. I love Junko. I loved her interact. I was hanging on every word that was being said. It was amazing. Despite it not be, it's probably, I don't think it's all that good. In terms of like, well, let's say you put somebody else in there instead of Junko and you just took the case by itself. Not really all that good. But, oh, you put Junko in there and suddenly I had a fucking blast playing 1-6. Guy dangs it? I've never heard that before, but that's funny. Well, I mean, some people might just play because they like the story, and I think that's reasonable. Some games even have modes like that now, where they're like, you can basically turn this on pilot mode just to enjoy the story. That's fine. People like consuming stories different ways. Yeah, like, so I'm a person who both enjoys when a character is relatable and they say things in situations where you're like, man, that's exactly how I would feel. That's really good. That's a really humanizing feature of that character. But I also love when batshit crazy is done well. Just like totally off the wall ridiculous. I can appreciate that too. All right, Halucha, take it easy. I did. Thank you for putting all of those together. Hope you're able to catch the rest of them in the VOD. And that's cool. Like, if that's how people want to play it, you know, more power to them. Yeah, so this is definitely a one where, like, if somebody said they hated this, I'm not going to argue with them. But I personally loved it. Just because Juko, that shit was awesome. That was so awesome. Okay, 2-1. It really has some, like, false emotional, like, reaction. Because I thought Byakuya actually died. And that, I was sad. Teruteru's plan, it made sense. The problem is that, and I honestly, I feel like, honestly, it took me too long to, like, just admit that that's probably what happened. And I tried to find, like, other angles as to who it could be other than Teruteru. But if you take a look back at it, I feel like it was kind of obvious who it was. Like, who it had to be. But that wasn't really the case for me in the moment. So, like, I liked 2-1, but I also didn't find it to be, like, amazing or anything. Did I put in low B, maybe? I liked 1-1 more. The build up to it's really good. The red herring of Fuyuhiko was bad because they made it too obvious, I felt. But yeah, it was good. It was good. There's a, like, at the time when I played it, I can't really think of anything where I was like, this case is bad for X reason. Right, and as soon as they do find the tunnel, it's like... It does get rid of Teruteru early, which is a plus, yes. Because having to deal with another chapter of that would have been unfortunate, to say the least. Fuyuhiko was absolutely a red herring. Just because he wasn't the main red herring doesn't mean he wasn't a red herring. This whole thing was that, oh man, he doesn't like anybody, and oh, he could have committed violence. Like, that's definitely a red herring. But yeah, it did also set up, I thought it was it did a really good job of setting up the type of unexpectedness that we could, that was going to be happening with Nagito. Because there's no E in grading. Okay, but that doesn't actually defeat what I said. He's still a red herring. Doesn't matter how long they actually took to address it, if they addressed it. Yeah, he's a predator. He's a predator. He is a predator. Okay, I probably like this trial more than most people. Because I thought Peiko's presentation was pretty humorous. What actually happened, I thought, was kind of lame. The execution's amazing. And this the consequences of this chapter are extreme in terms of how it changes the group dynamic. How it all went down, like the investigation and trial itself was yeah, she could be a red herring. I didn't say she wasn't. I simply said the Fuyuhiko red herring was way too obvious. But yeah, it's... I was sad that they got rid of Mahiru earlier because I liked Mahiru's character. But I know a lot of people don't like this case, and I get why. But some of the sillier aspects of it, I did personally enjoy. The Kazuichi thing, the beach thing was both interesting and also not because it's so cliche and because Kazuichi's a fucking creep. Not like Teru. Let's make there is a huge distinction between those two. But I'm a big gigantic fucking liar if I say beach scenes can't be interesting. Yeah, like it's good. The impact is great. The case itself, though, was like, He accidentally banned you. Oh, God. 2-3. The whole everybody's sick thing was really interesting. The problem is, once we found out what Ibuki's thing was, we knew she was gonna die. I was like, she's gonna die. They're gonna command her to do something that either kills somebody else, and she's gonna end up being blackened, or they're gonna tell her to kill herself. That was really fucking depressing. So they made her impending death a little too obvious. Although, her delivery, voice actress job was amazing. Because I thought it was actually pretty fucking funny, like, when she was in that mode. Hyoko's death was very... It almost seemed like it was just thrown in. I know her and Mikan had beef, but it didn't even really seem like there was any impact behind her murder. She was just, oh, she's also dead. Yeah, it's just like, oh, she is also dead. And then the whole Mikan's being able to do what she did, obviously we know the problems behind that. What I will say is I didn't expect Mikan's personality change. I thought that was interesting. I felt a lot of emotion behind this case because they fucking killed Ibuki. So it succeeded in getting me emotionally invested in it. So I'll give it that. That's something that 1-3 didn't have for me at all. I was not emotionally invested in it at all. No clipping. The speed run murders. Oh. Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. Like, you built up their like kind of love-hate, like hate relationship, and then the death was just done so... Oh yeah, this happened too. Oh. Okay. It just wasn't a good case, but I give it credit in that what it did with Ibuki made me very emotionally invested, and the way it was set up was believable in a way, at least within the context of what was happening. The anxiety I felt leading up to it was fucking real. That was one good thing, a good consequence of Ibuki's impending death in one way or another being obvious. I still felt anxious because I'm like, oh man, I hope I'm wrong. I still hope I'm wrong. I'm hoping. So like the atmosphere that it built up before the deaths happened were actually really good. It was really good. But then everything after that was just like, So that's why I put it over 1-3. I hated everything about this chapter. The reason why it's in C and not like here is because the trial itself and like the investigation just taken in a vacuum were pretty good. The whole mystery behind the building was interesting, but there were some, I hated the way it looked. It was hard for me to look at. That's a problem. It was hard for me to look at the screen. It was ugly. And it didn't really feel like anything you did in your free time really meant anything. Despite being there for having several instances of free time. Gundams, and we've been over this, we've argued this several times at this point, but I think Gundam's whole whatever doesn't match up with what he claims was his whole, like, and what people claim for his whole motivation. Because to me, if he wasn't a piece of shit, he just would have admitted it and moved along. But because pride, he couldn't just let it happen. Oh, well, so then he would have let everybody else die. Or would he have at the very end been like, oh no, hey guys, it was me. Just letting you guys know. He's no Kaido. He's no Kaido. But the fight itself was interesting and what ended up happening. I did not like that they brought Mecha Maru back only to immediately kill him again. That was lame. I feel like even the point, just have Gundam kill somebody else then. Have him kill Soda. That would have been hilarious. Then I wouldn't even care what his fucking reasoning was. Yeah, no, I don't, that logic is garbage. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying you're wrong. That could absolutely have been what he was thinking. I think, but I still think it's garbage. They've been fighting for their lives. That's what we were doing in the trial. His reasoning was trash, in my opinion. Well, that particular plan, you would have had to have rewritten what happened, right? But it's not that would have been impossible. Okay, it says the biggest exposure on the bad parts of Danganronpa the cases get. Yeah, I would agree with that. You went from like in Danganronpa 1, and like there's a reason for this, right? And I get it, but like you go from these cases where it's like we were having dinner and somebody died. We were having a beach day and somebody died. We had a concert. Somebody died. Oh no, we're put into this gigantic mechanized castle that has this really fucking weird oh my god, we're sitting here starved for and now somebody dies. Like that's jarring. That's a huge leap in how cases get weird. And it can still be good when they're weird. Absolutely. It's just like I said, aesthetically this case was incredibly ugly. Like I think it's a huge, like, I think it was a huge, that lime green and that hot pink, that was ugly. That was really ugly to look at. It was hard. It was hard to get through those streams. Cases should not be hard to get through just because of the way it looks. Because that right there is going to make everything else less enjoyable. That was an ugly, ugly case. Best things about that case, like I said, the investigation and the reasoning and steps behind the trial itself weren't bad. They were bad. They were solid. Nagito was really good. Nagito might be the best part of this chapter. But holy shit, I cannot get past how ugly it was. If Gundam wanted to kill Nekomaru and just get out of there, okay, I get it. But instead he says, oh, I want you to fight for yours. Fuck that. So full of shit. Not you, Gundam. But that's the thing. If he wasn't planning on surviving, confessing, then don't go through this whole bullshit of, I want you all to fight for your life. No, you just were out for yourself. Just say that. Be a fucking man and just be like, yep, we agreed to an honorable duel, and whoever won, we were going to try to get out of it. That's the way it was going to happen. I'd respect him so much more if he said that than to give me his bullshit reasoning. Like, if it happened the way that you said it did, Tim, and he just came out and said that, okay. Okay, you guys had honorable combat to determine who was going to try to get out of here. You had no plan on confessing, whatever. But don't give me this whole, it was for everyone else's sake garbage. Well, Kaide's idea was that she killed the mastermind and that would end it, right? Sure, no, I buy him playing the evil overlord part, but play the evil overlord. Evil overlords don't do things just to make the hero stronger. They don't do that. They do it because they're evil overlords. Just, I don't buy it at all. So, but the positives in the case are good enough to prevent it from dropping down here, despite how fucking ugly it was to look at. Whoo! 2-5. Probably my favorite case in the entire trilogy. It blew my mind. That blew my fucking mind. That Nagito was willing to kill himself to out the traitor, and the way he used his bullshit fucking talent. It was, and based on what we saw regarding his talent, it was reasonable to believe that shit would happen. I would not let myself believe it was Chiaki. I was in legit fucking denial about it all the way until the end. I'm pretty sure I still picked several people before I picked Chiaki because I didn't want it to be her. I just did not want it to be her. It was absolutely, God. If I just went back and replay, like I want to replay one trial, that would be the trial I would replay. Just because I feel like this trial also has a bunch of little things that, like, if you go back and watch it, you're like, oh my God, look at that, look at that, look at that. It's just so well done. Oh. Yeah, it was heartbreaking. Brilliant plan, heartbreaking end. That's all. That's what you want from a Danganronpa trial. Nagito needs a nerf. The difference I'll say between Nagito and Leon, though, is I think the game... Now, partly this is because that was 1-1, right? It didn't really have as much of a chance, but then you shouldn't throw so much BS in there. The game had more opportunity to establish just how ridiculously lucky Nagito was. Whereas with Leon, it's ultimate baseball player. And so then you're supposed to just kind of extrapolate why he would be able to do what he did. But yes, it's good in that at least it's because he used his talents, right? Oh, I so wanted it to be Kazuichi. I wanted it to be him so badly, even though it wouldn't have made any sense for it to have been him. I so wanted it to be Kazuichi. Yeah, and like, is his ability complete and ridiculous bullshit? Absolutely. But if the universe establishes that it's a thing, at that point, being in denial of it isn't going to help anything. See how the story incorporates it. Is the story consistent with it? Yes. I think it is. And so I can get past the whole, that's absolutely ridiculous. And say, well, they established a rule in how this worked, and they followed it in a brilliant way. Bending the yeah, right? Yep. Okay, 1-6. Or 2-6, sorry. 2-6. The reveal with Hajime was good and interesting. Junko coming back was not. That was, I feel like, okay, come back as a virus. Okay, I get it. Fine. Try to reclaim the remnants of despair. Sure. I would have preferred it be an original villain. I would have until we got another original villain, and I was like, oh God, bring back Junko! Bring back Junko! Oh. Well, they showed him hitting a ball instead of pitching. Like, that's one little minor change you could have made to even make it that much more believable. Show me the pitcher. But you showed him hitting a base. He didn't do anything with hitting with a bat of any type. You mean in terms of like what like the reveal of the world itself? Yeah, it was a disappointing ending too. Like, he turns out to be like kind of this ultimate evil, and then that's what happens. Like, I feel like the progression was kind of, it wasn't awful, but it, yeah, I think it became, especially, remember when it starts like wigging out? You're like, okay, this is a different world. This is an alternate world. I think it was before that even. We're like, this is probably like some sort of alternate world. There's just enough clues there. So that twist itself and reveal wasn't like mind-blowing or anything. I think they did it fine. It just wasn't anything super interesting. That would have been kind of cool, because then you make him the villain and not Junko. But that they were all bad. I thought that was a good twist. That I did not see coming. I didn't think that they were all remnants of despair. That was really cool. That was really cool. I agree with that. Turns out you're all fucking awful people. That was really cool. I agree. That was a nice swerve. Oh god. Okay. I can't start with the good. Start with the good. Kaide's plan was really interesting. Kaide herself was amazing. Arguably the best protagonist in the entire series. And she was only there for one chapter. The mystery behind Rentaro was both very intriguing and then subsequently disappointing when he died right away. But the game kind of... It salvages it because it doesn't just ignore it. It still uses it later. So that disappointment can kind of be overlooked. Everything about the pro tag switch was cool. Everything... Oh, I did not mean to unhide. There we go. Whoops, yeah, Trep was on top of that. Everything about this case was really good, except for that one little huge problem. I guess sub only could probably take care. I just hate having to do that. All right, sub only 1 minute. Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, there was nothing like mind-blowing about the actual events themselves, right? It does retroactively get better too. You're 100% correct. What's the little huge problem? The narration's awful. You're telling me that we are following this person around all the time and the reason we don't know what happens is because you simply left out a piece of narration that you didn't feel the need to leave out before? Really inconsistent storytelling. At least with some Magic Mug. See, Magic Mug, or Magi Mug, I guess it depends on what we're talking about here, but thank you for the sub. This is why I don't like doing it. I know some people do come, and they're not subbed, and they legitimately just want to chat. And that's fine. I don't, you know, if you sub, great. If not, you know, whatever. Still appreciate you coming and interacting. So I really hate having to put sub only on. Yeah, this isn't like Twitch subs where like you had to have paid, right, to be able to chat. This is just you have to be subscribed on YouTube to the channel. You don't have to be a member.
Time to tip the scale. Tip the scale.
Also, thank you to another dude. See, I mean, I know it happens. In these types of streams, I assume we might have anywhere between like 3 and 4 people that might not be subbed that are talking. I hate having to turn that on because of these stupid bots, but I also don't want my mods to have to deal with that shit. But yeah, I think the whole Kaide dropped everything and ran out. That was the cover? That was terrible. Part of the reason why the swerve is so, like, mind-blowing is because the storytelling was bad. The game didn't, the storytelling didn't follow its own rules. It was bad storytelling. That's why we didn't know it was Kaide. That's the only way they could have pulled that off, unless they actually very clearly, and it's not necessarily something like you could have missed it and it still could be clear. It could be clear, but like, oh man, I just wasn't paying attention to that sort of, detail or whatever. The game is pretty... It goes into her thought process a lot. Very deep. Until it doesn't all of a sudden. That's weird. The only way you can really pull something like that off without establishing that there's gaps in narration is something like the number 23, where the dude, you're in his mind the whole time, but you don't actually, he doesn't know that he did it. He finds that out later that he was the one that did it. But like, when you're in his personality, where that's exactly what he's thinking. There's no weird like, oh, we left some parts out, so I personally find that horrible, and that is the sole reason that case is not an S. All right, later on, days. Take it easy. Sure, no. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. That's, again, the rest of that case is why it's an A. It's a great... I still love it. I thought the case... The twist was still like, oh my god, and the pro tag switch, like, the actual occurrence of it happening was awesome. But the way they got there, I can't overlook that. But again, still absolutely a great case. That's why it's an A. I'm not sure if I'm going to put anything else in A, but it's high A if there's anything else that'll go in here. So just want to make sure we're clear on that. It is fantastic. That is a huge flaw with it, though. That would have been interesting, Tim. That would have been an interesting approach. Yeah, this is probably A. I was actually pretty disappointed with... Oh, also, I forgot to mention, another great part about this case is the execution's fucking brutal. It is brutal. Best executions are here, here, which one am I forgetting that's really good? Celeste was okay in that, fuck her, right? You ain't getting what you want. Mikan's was interesting. That one, I'm like, what is happening here? I honestly don't remember Gundam's execution. And Kirumi's is good too. Because, like, it actually it's very much like This is the problem I have with Kirumi's. It's too similar to Chiaki's from the anime, which was also amazing. She gets through all this, she's bloodied, she's battered, she thinks she's on her way out, and then stabbed to death. Even though I have no idea how all that happened. Kirumi's was basically the same. She's getting through all these obstacles, she's getting cut up, she's getting battered, and you think she actually gets to the top, and oh, it's a drawing. And then she falls. Like, it's just Chiaki's. So like that kind of took a little bit of the impact out of it for me. It took me a while to suspect Kirumi, if memory serves. I did not have her pegged as a top suspect for a while. But Ryoma's character was really good. I think the build-up for his character and then his subsequent death was really meaningful and impactful. Himiko's magic thing was in the top 3 funny moments, ironically in this case, of the entire game, where she's like, ta-da! And everybody's like, ah. That was so good. That was so good. Oh man, that was so funny. The way the murder, it wasn't super interesting, but I thought the way she tried to then pin it on Himiko was interesting. That reasoning, I don't know why. I honestly can't give you a good reason why, but I hated the whole, she's secretly the prime minister. That was too much. I was just like, really? Really? Maybe it's because I couldn't suspend my disbelief for that one. Himiko's magic. Well, yeah, but that's just what I mean. If you saw Danganronpa 3, which canonically, you'd see after 2, I think Chiaki's was better. It was Kirumi's, but better because of the growth in Chiaki's character. You spent more time with her than you did with Kirumi in terms of actual screen time. Which, yeah, I get it. I get it. With the whole, like, they kind of randomly generate the backgrounds. Like, okay, obviously it wasn't real. But I just remember at the time being like, are you serious? Oh, so she made herself disappear from this tank that was going to be infested. Like, they were going to drop piranhas into the water tank. And she was in the tank, like, locked. And she was going to get out of the tank and make herself disappear and reappear outside the tank before the piranhas got her. The problem was that when they dropped the piranhas, Ryoma's skeleton also, or Ryoma's dead body also fell in. And the piranhas devoured it. So she comes out of she has no idea that's happening behind her. And she's like, ta-da! And has no idea what we just witnessed. It was pretty funny. Let's not talk about that sort of combination. Yeah, Taka's death was like, why? Why right there? Ryoma's death was like, yeah, that makes sense. Sucks, but it makes sense. Yeah, I liked Ryoma's character a lot. So yeah, I'd say that's a definitely a solidly A tier case there. I mean, Kirumi's character was good in general. I just, that whole, the motive behind it was a little too much for me, personally. Oh, God. I'm kind of conflicted. The reason I am conflicted with 3-3 is because I thought the cult thing was awesome. The way they built up Angie as a secondary antagonist was sick. And that's one reason I really liked her character. That was done so well. I also knew that based on what had happened, she had to die. So she was either going to be it was like kind of like Ibuki. She had to either end up killing somebody or be killed. So like her death was like, oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense because you can't have her survive after the cult thing If she does, her character is going to be reduced to nothing, basically, because nobody is going to give a shit about what she says, because her whole grand scheme failed, so it made sense to kill her when they did. But Kyo's whole thing was just ridiculous. And then he kills Tenko for no reason other than because he wanted to kill her. And then the whole dissociative personality thing comes out of nowhere. There's no hint to that, and suddenly he has two personalities. And oh, by the way, the other one is his sister that he was madly in love with. Amural's here! Oh my god, he is here. Oh, no worries, dude. Just appreciate that you're here, man. Enjoy yourself. Don't even concern yourself with that. I never want people feeling anxious for something like that. You're not coming to this stream to feel anxious. You're coming to this stream to feel good. The logic was bad. Remember the issue with the whole, like, I can't remember the exact details, but we pointed out the seesaw effect was bullshit, first of all. But then the whole thing with the like, how did he do that without fucking up the circle itself? Wasn't that never explained? We're like, how is that possible? Okay, let's take that for a second. Let's say it was is it pronounced Tupla? I've never seen the Babadook. My wife's been trying to get me to watch that movie for 10 years. I haven't budged it. I don't know why. There isn't any particular reason why I haven't. I just haven't. Let's say that's the contention. Is it established that that's something that can actually happen? Because the problem is that I get the impression that a lot of what Kyo talks about we're supposed to take as bullshit. That could just be my incorrect interpretation, but that's how I interpret it. Like, it's like, okay, Kyo, yeah, all your stuff about, yeah, okay, sure, whatever you say. And that's mostly because we're also supposed to think Atua is complete bullshit. Yeah, the sound was the lack of sound was ridiculous. You killed Tenko was a Taka. An example of exactly what happened to Taka. Her character was getting good, and then you kill her just because, as a second murder, because the murderer wanted to. So that, I guess that's kind of my issue with, even if that's how they're presenting it. I don't think they did a very good job of making that clear that that's something that can happen. But the bigger problem, like you said, it doesn't necessarily, like, that's not, the biggest problem is that we got no indication that this was a thing. It just suddenly happened. You need to be clued in on something like that could happen. We didn't even know about his sister, at least as far as I know. Could have forgotten that part, but you just get blindsided by it. And not in a good way. I don't know, Phoenix Ace Attorney has that same issue too. I don't know what it is about case 3s. I have no idea. I 3-3 is so like, it's arguably here or like here somewhere for 80% of the case. But that other 20%, the buildup with the student council and the cult, was amazing. I loved it. I loved it so much. And they ruined it. That's what I was thinking about. Like, he might have done it in his free time events, but like that shouldn't have to be. I shouldn't have to do his free time events to know that something like that might be a possibility, especially if it's potential murder. So like, oh man, I kind of want to put it like here, but I can't ignore that 80%. I gotta be fair. That the cult part was fucking S tier, but everything else about the case was bad. Really, really bad. Oh God. Yeah, you're singing happy. You're like, oh no. Oh no. This isn't what I expected at all. Yeah, I thought it would have been really cool for like if Kyo murdered just because, but he was the second murderer, so he'd get away with it. You're like, oh, okay, he's the fucking like still the split personality thing or the Tuplar, which whatever the reason behind it, without any type of foreshadowing before. Hey, Likeizer, is that a new channel? I don't think I'm subbed to your new channel. Let me see here. I can't use your command. It's just gonna take him to your regular channel. Here it is. Is that going to be the main streaming channel now? Like, when I use the command for you, is that where you would prefer I have people sense to go check your channel out? Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah, it's strange how that does the thing. Alright, make sure to go check out Likei's channel. He's a super cool variety streamer that's been doing some animations for a bunch of streamers in our network recently. He's the one that gave me this. Hello. Nice little stinger. Hello. Yeah, make sure to go check him out. There is his link. Thank you for the raid, Light. Much appreciated. Hope your project went well. Yeah, I feel like they had a lot of good alternatives, a lot of good options, and they went with the worst option they could have. Yeah, failed murder would be really interesting. Oh yeah, and I was glad that he had a character that lasted more than one chapter. I mean, Terra was a fucking creep, but Todd Habercorn voiced him really well. Like, when he goes into his breakdown or whatever, he's hilarious. He gets that Creole all of a sudden. I mean, if you're actually rating, Amiro. Oh, that's cool. Well, I'm glad to hear that it was a very productive and satisfying experience. Seesaw effect. Didn't I have problems with that because of how stupid it was? I'd have to go back and look. I'm going to start putting together Danganronpa VOD soon. Now that I have now that Rise from the Ashes is done, I have so much more time open to me. More time needed to be dedicated to that than it had with the other things, just because of how long and daunting that project was. So yeah, it's just a really disappointing case. Okay. The Mew Gonta case. Actually, you know what? I'm putting this here. The digital world was really interesting. That was really cool. Mew's plan was very interesting. There are some technical issues with this case, but I don't really want to hold that against it too much. In terms of like how that whole shit worked and why one chord being out would suddenly fuck everything up. It was a really fun case. Gonta killing her, though, even though if it was alt Gonta and he had seen the truth, I don't buy that Gonta. That still felt out of character for me, and like not in a good way. It's sort of bad out of character. Just one reason why it was so hard to believe it was him. Oh, because it wasn't me. It was alternate me. Well, that doesn't actually change anything. It's still based on you, isn't it? And you wouldn't do that. I mean, it also had the downside of killing Mew, which, you know, sucks because she was awesome. But her whole plan, how that whole thing was set up in the cut world or whatever, I thought was really cool. I guess this is a failed murder, right? But then there is an actual murder that happens because of the failed murder. Yeah, and that doesn't seem like Gonta. I just assume you guys won't be able to deal with it, so I'd rather kill us all. That doesn't seem at all like the same character that we had hung out with and got to know for the first 3 chapters. Right, like, and that's why I'm trying not to hold it too much against it, because in theory this should all work. It's just that is really weird. I think you've made a very even back then you made a very compelling point as to why that just shouldn't work the way it did. Yeah, I think you mentioned that in one of my more recent streams. I think it was a Twitch stream where you were like, yeah, we could do that on YouTube now. We're like, wow, really? I did not know that before you told me. But yeah, thank you for the heads up. Well, yeah, they tried to make it hard to figure out. It was an innovative way of doing it, right? I give them credit for that. It's just the Gonta part. It was a really fun case. Just that Gonta part does not make sense. But I'm still gonna give it a low A because of how much fun I had with that case. I really did have a good time playing that case. It was a lot different from any of the other cases you played from any of the other games up to that point. And that was really cool. Is it like a desktop versus mobile thing, maybe? There were some pacing issues with the case, too, yeah. I agree with that. I don't know, would he? Because Gunta would have been doing it of his own free will. As opposed to, like, Ibuki, who is literally suffering from a disease where if you tell her to do something, she will do it regardless of her, like, own... She loses her own ability to make decisions. Oh, that sucks that you got spoiled. Yeah, that's a problem with these games. That's why we're so tight on spoilers here. Apparently, was it? I think it was one. Apparently, somebody on Twitch spoiled like the ending of one just because I wouldn't make this new random person a mod. But like, I didn't really check. I was in a point where I wasn't really checking chat a lot, so like, the chat like made sure to bury the comments, but apparently that was something that happened. It was like, yeah, jackasses. Yeah, if you have somebody that complains about something the entire way through, that's gonna sully your feelings on it. It just is. That's why I try to make sure if I'll complain about something, you guys hear me bitch and bitch and bitch, but I will also praise what deserves to be praised. And when I go praise something, I'm usually go pretty hard about it. Because I want to give it I don't want the way I feel about it to actually influence the way you feel about it. I'm simply telling you how I feel about it. If you like the game and I play it and I hate it, I don't want to change your mind. You're just here to see how I react to it. Yeah, I suppose that's true. Hifumi also did it out of his own will, his own free will, and she was the blackened. So yeah, it would work like that then. Yeah, that's true. I forgot that he was the one that, he murdered Taka and then... Yeah. And she murdered Hifumi. Well, right, but that we're talking about the scenario. Would Kokichi be considered the blackened because he tells Gonta to commit suicide and Gonta does? That's the main question point. Is he the reason that Gonta died enough to be the blackened? I think that's what we're trying to figure out in that scenario. This case was sick. You get the payoff to Kokichi's character, and it is magnificent. I found the whole it could be Kokichi or Kaido thing annoying at first. But in retrospect, I think it was actually done pretty well. The lead up was really intense. Kaido getting stuck. You have this whole like preconception of what Kokichi probably did, and it turns out you were completely wrong, or at least I was, because I didn't see that coming. That was awesome. Everything. One problem I have with this case is that Maki becomes kind of one-dimensional. But like every other character, I think you got the best of that character in this case, except for her, but that's because she didn't have anything to offer anyways. Oh yeah, he did a way better Gundam than Gundam did. 100% agree. Yeah, I finished Investigations too. Yeah, it just sucks to have stuff like that spoil. Just ruin the experience. It is pretty funny. It's like he's just... I think it was just, it's all both very anxiety-inducing, thrilling, and amusing all at the same time. Just a really well done case. Oh, yeah, I agree. So it looks like my favorite trials are, for each game, are 2-5, 3-5, and 1-4. Oh, okay, that'll be interesting to... Okay, this case sucked. This case was... The only reason this case is... okay... is because it really did a lot to improve. Like, Himiko and Kibo's characters were already improving, but they hit their pinnacle here, and that was really well done. You made me care about Kibo all of a sudden, because I did not care about Kibo for a long time. I liked how the case made it feel like everyone was suddenly the main character because they were all dealing with the same thing. I thought that was a really interesting dynamic. One thing I didn't like is that, again, Maki's character towards the end of the game just becomes less interesting, and I'm not exactly sure why, but it's disappointing. I mean, she's still Maki. She's still really cool. It just seemed like she didn't really have as much of an impact. Tsumugi sucked. She was literally hero before we find out she's actually the mastermind, but as the mastermind, she's like the most bland mastermind ever, in that she herself is super generic. Oh, but I can cosplay as different characters that you still have no personality of your own. There was nothing interesting about her being the mastermind because her character sucked. It's probably because her development, it's kind of a lesser extent of Angie's issue, where if you let Angie survive past the cult thing, like, what do you do with her character then? But Maki's character arc in general completed, and she was a great character. It's just you needed to then focus on like Kibo and Himiko and stuff. So I understand why it is the way it was, but that doesn't make it less disappointing. Oh, she's still better than Hero because she wasn't useless. It's just she sucked. She sucked. Like I said, it would have made it would have made her character a lot more interesting, and thus maybe the reveal a lot more impactful if you made her character impactful earlier in the game. And like I said, my idea was that she's the ultimate cosplayer, so after chapter 1, she like cosplays as a different, like, similar to other very popular manga characters in each chapter, and like takes their personality. Because then that might even like give you some foreshadowing as to like, she kind of just changes from what she can't really be trustworthy because you don't know what she's, you know, she seems like she's a great actress. I think that would have been amazing personally, but that was my solution to my proposed solution to Tsumugi's character. No, and I agree with you, Possum. I don't like open endings like that. I mean, it was done fine. I'm not a huge fan of that personally, especially because you don't know how the world was like. You don't know if it actually is in the same world. Like it's a lot of stuff that they leave it to you to decide. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not here to write a novel myself after the story's over. Supposedly, I want you to tie up more loose ends than that. But yeah, I would agree that the beginning of that case is the best part of the case. The middle of it was surprisingly dull, considering what the knowledge that they were dropping on us. Well, I know, because you like open-ended endings. I do not. Yeah, the Cosplox was stupid. Just the game ended with a whimper. Oh, the end of the trial? Yeah. The end of the trial was like uplifting. It was done really well. Everybody was down, and then everybody came back up all together. That was done well. To me, I guess the end just wasn't actually that long, whereas the middle part was like the beginning was here, the middle was like this much, and then the end was like this much. God, I mean, I appreciate that dedication to consistency. I wish they would have had that same dedication to consistency for the English dub, because they made some horrible mistakes there. But yeah, just a disappointing case. It's high C, because I still think it was better than 2.6. 2.6 was also dull. Past the original twist of, oh, you're all evil. Kind of like 3.6. Like, the beginning was really good, and it just... But, and it's still more impactful than some of the other ones that it, reigns over, but... okay, so this is interesting. We have one in S... 0 in A, 1 in B, 2, 3, 2 in C, 1 in D. So 2 gets 1 in S, 1 in B, 2 in B, 2 in C, and 1 in D. 1 gets 2 in S, 2 in B, 1 in C, 1 in F. And 3 gets 1 in S, 3 in A, 1 in C, 1 in D. It's a really interesting distribution. Yeah, it doesn't get as low as 1.3 ever did. IMO. Yeah, that's a really interesting distribution. So I think you can argue that The games for me in order are, it's either 1 or V3 and then 2 is last, which is interesting because isn't like 2 the predominantly popular pick for best game? Yes, V3 had the most consistently good quality, but 1 had the most top moments. Like the long highs for 1 were sustained longer than either of the other 2. If you ask me, I still feel like 1's my favorite. I would agree. But yeah, like, to me, 2 is very easily third here. 1 and 3 are close, but 2 is not as close as the other 2 are. And I think this is probably one big reason. A lot of people love this trial. I despise it. Well, I don't despise it. I don't like it. If I despised it, it would be in D and not C. It's just, it has some really good highs and some really bad lows. This is like no in between for that case. Everything's either really good or really bad. That creates a C. Yeah, I would agree with that. V3 did not need to be as long as it was. I think 1's length was really good. But it's interesting, it's not simply like, it depends on the story itself. Investigations 2 is almost twice as long as Investigations 1. But Investigations 1 is the one that feels like it drags. That's really weird, because it just depends on how good the story is, and how you're connecting with the characters and what's all going on. How much of it is actual filler or fluff. It's very similar to Saw. And why Saw 1 I like significantly more... Saw is a more extreme example, but like Saw 1, it laid the foundation, and the foundation itself was great. It was straightforward. It wasn't simple per se, but it was something like, oh man, that'd be some shit if that really happened, right? And then after Saw 1, it keeps escalating into more and more and more ridiculous shit. And that's what happens with 2 then being in the virtual world and 3 being in a potentially entirely different world that's a TV show or whatever. And it's not, other people really like some of those other Saws that are way out there, but I keep going back to the first one. Fast and the Furious. That's probably a more divisive one because a lot of people like some of the newer ones, but you went from, it's about racing, an undercover detective who's racing, to whatever the fuck the most recent movie was about. And for me, it's always the first one. That's what the foundation was amazing, and I love it. We want to play a game. I wish I was better with Jigsaw's voice. I could use that for stream sometime. Oh, that's sick light. I just saw the lightning thing. Add a little sound effect to it. I think so. And it's not that the last games can't, or the last movies can't be bad. It's just, it's not the same. It loses that groundedness that we're talking about. And suddenly it's a cartoon. Which, again, it doesn't mean it's bad, but some of us prefer that more grounded approach. And I think that's a big reason why I like one, why one's my favorite. No, but I mean, like, I can do the voice for, like, a character.
Like, just think if Alba had this voice instead of the voice I gave him. He probably seems a little cooler.
Even that's, like, that's too much like my Jake Marshall or my, Bad. Like, I just can't sustain it. It just drifts into that territory. But yeah, I think we can all appreciate that, you know, different people will like the grounded approach more, and other people will like the, well, you took that idea and I love the way you ran with it to, you know, escalating degrees. They're gonna like that more. And that's, you know, that's, like I said, it can all be good. Just I'll have my preferences then as to which ones I like more. Yeah, that's true. I wonder if Nagito's whole thing would have been, like, how much more ridiculous that would have seemed if it happened in, like, 1 than in 2. I've ever tried a Bane voice? It's something like it. The problem is it doesn't... I actually did a Bane variant for Wigraf in my Final Fantasy Tactics playthrough on the channel. Like, it only works if I wear a mask, and I tried doing this with Keel, and I fucking hated it. Because this gives more of a distortion to the voice. I will have vengeance. Yes, you wait. We're gonna now check out the Ace Attorney case tier list. You merely played Ace Attorney, but I was born in it, bred in it. Oh man, I like doing the voice, but I don't think it's particularly good. It's not a bad voice. Okay, let's like how Halucha trolls me here. Let's yeah. Orange is always at the bottom. Always at the bottom. Oh, she's hugging my hand. Oh, I love my dog. Oh God. God. What happens when you have a spoiled brat? You want to breathe into the mic any harder there? All right, later, Tim. I can never be a teacher. Good for you if you can. All right. So this will be interesting. 1-1 is an okay intro case. So it was good enough of a villain that they brought him back. If he was really bad, they would never have bothered, right? Larry's annoying, but I think this is where Larry is like peak. In that the first time you meet him and he acts like this, you're like, a lovable loser. But the more you deal with him, the less lovable and charming it is. One issue that I have with 1-1-2, and it's not just 1-1, it just happens to be the first case, is I instantly get introduced to everything that's wrong about this legal system. Also Mia is there. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna put that. I think there's enough where you can make a solid case that it's a pretty good start. One, two, fantastic. Loved Red White. Loved Red White's character. Mia dying was super impactful despite me only knowing her for a case. You get introduced to Maya, who was really good. The investigation was just really fun. It was a really, really fun investigation. There's some legal issues that didn't make any sense behind this. Like Red White's like, I still don't know how Red White was able to get away with like, there's stuff that's said in there that's like, oh, this will never get out. And it's like, it's public. It should be public record. There are people in the gallery. How are you going to prevent this information from getting out? It makes no sense. But I enjoyed all the characters. You meet Gumshoe. You meet Edgeworth, who's a great antagonist. But yeah, I enjoyed 1-2 quite a bit. 1-3's bad. In fact, this is why even 2-3 is the worst case in the entire series. It fucking sucks. The characters are trash. The villain is boring. The only redeeming quality about 2-3 is that Maximilian's as a client is kind of cool. He's kind of cool. It's creepy still, because that whole thing they got with Regina and all the people there, that's creepy. But I mean, I think everybody pretty much agrees that Maximilian's a likable guy. So let's just get that one out of the way. 1-3's bad. But it's not bad. It introduces Old Bag, which is a problem. I didn't really care about the story itself. I liked Dee Vasquez as a villain. She's a pretty solid villain. That one dude was creepy, but also honestly kind of hilarious because it took me back. It's a more of a nostalgia thing, back to the days of Leet Speak, even though he's a fucking creeper. This is where Maya starts to really come out of her shell, because you get to hang out with her as your assistant, as opposed to, you know, alleged murderer for once, which is good. I like Will Powers, but there's nothing particularly dynamic about him. You just kind of feel sorry for him. As opposed to like Maximilian Galactica, for example. It has more of a presence, is more interesting to speak to. Like, it just, there's nothing really great about this case. But it's also not the worst. So we'll put it there. Oh, and the trial itself... the trial itself was fine. I can't remember anything that really stuck out about 1-3 that I was like... There might have been some stuff where I'm like, eh, but there wasn't anything that made me go, that was fucking stupid. Also, you get to see Gumshoe be a badass, which doesn't happen very often, so that was pretty awesome. This speak is still amazing. 1-4. I think you can make the case that it's the best case in the series. Von Karma is the perfect cartoon villain. This really starts to show the character change of Edgeworth after you set him up to be a pretty good antagonist. In the first 3 cases. And you do a complete 180. I did a complete 180 with this character. Von Karma is just amazing. He is an amazing, like, super villain. It's like, that's not believable in real life at all. But they pull it off well, and that's impressive. Especially for a legal setting where I'm likely to be like, this is stupid. The prosecutor is gonna fucking tase me and my underage assistant. I was just sitting there like, damn. Shit. Whew. Who says it's bad? I'm not sure I've ever met anybody who said 1-4 is bad, because I thought Von Karma was pretty universally considered to be an amazing villain. And this case, like, this is what started my Edgeworth love, as it probably did for a lot of people. It makes sense. But I think they did a really good job. The case itself was interesting, and I liked that this was a case that went back. This is our first case that went back, right? To what was it? DS9? DL9? Which ones? I'm getting them all. IS7, DL9, DL6? DL6, yeah. So this was the first one that went, like, dealt with a case in the past, which was really cool. And the big reason why Edgeworth's character turns is you start to see him as a person and not just your adversary. And the backstory with the father really helps drive that point home. It was also the most fun I had, like, streaming any of the cases. I think you could just tell how much of a blast I was having in that case. It's just so fucking fun. Von Karma's logic in a lot of cases bullshit. Von Karma actually isn't really a great prosecutor in terms of his arguments. To be fair to him, they actually make him seem a lot better later on. Like in the investigations game, they gave him more competency, so to speak. But like his whole dog analogy, that's one of the worst arguments in any of these games. Like it's so bad. Just like a false dichotomy, whataboutism. There's like a whole list of problems with that argument. But it didn't matter, because that's how he was still a really fucking good villain. Just really impressive how they were able to do that. 1-5. I can't remember where I had it last time, but I'm gonna bump it up slightly to B. The biggest problem I have with this case is that I think you have too much filler. That you could have condensed the story. I think the testimonies went on for a little too long. You could have made it so that they would not have been as long for each character. And should probably take her out. Let me finish talking about 1-5 here real quick. And that's kind of it. But those are big problems. Those are big problems. It's explainable. It was like that because it was DLC, and they wanted to make it really like worth your money. So I can appreciate that. I really can. I can appreciate that you wanted to make it worth a person's buck. Fine, we'll just do this right now. All right, go. 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 Oh, why? What are you doing? High-fiving me? Oh, I'll be right back. Okay, where were we? Oh yeah, benefits, the positives. Positives to 1.5. Several. You get to see a collaborative effort between Phoenix and Edgeworth, which really builds off of what happens with Edgeworth in 1.4. You get introduced to two of the best characters in all of Ace Attorney, Damon Gant and Emma. It was surprising how good they were able to follow up Von Karma with an almost as good villain, and for completely different reasons. Gant's a great villain for very different reasons than Von Karma was. Like those points where he would just be silent. You're sitting there like, what's happening? What's happening? Why is he just staring at me? I mean, the side characters are good. The characters in 1.5 are good in general. It just goes on for too long. Angel Star was good. Jake Marshall was really good. Meekins sucks, but can't all be winners. Yep, new gameplay mechanic with the ability to inspect your evidence as well as do the fingerprinting. And the Lumisol. It just drags on way too long. Maybe it deserves to be a little higher. We'll leave it there for now. We'll see if maybe I come back and based on where I'm putting other stuff, I might put it higher. 2-1. 2-1 has Maggie, and that's it. The amnesia thing is complete horseshit. But again, it has Maggie, so it's not all bad. Oh, I was gonna say, where's 2-3? 2-2 is good. It's really good. You get introduced to Pearl. It kickstarts what's her face's Grandmaster plan that spans 2 games. You get reunited with Maya. The case itself is pretty interesting. I really liked Eni as the villain. It's two antagonists as one of the villains. It had me perplexed for a while. I had no idea what the fuck happened. And it's partly because it was dealt with the mysticism part, which is kind of hard to explain and know about either, but I thought it was a really good case. Is it better than 1-2 though? My gut's telling me no, but let's wait and see. Another great thing about, I'm putting this here. It's gonna be a low A. I was gonna say the other really, really good thing about 1.5 that I did not appreciate until later. Phoenix does it on his own. Specifically says the case. Well, no phase to help me now. Yeah, you're right. That's good. After 1.4, you shouldn't have needed him anymore. Other than situations where it's like, okay, Mia can help you find Maya because she's kidnapped again or whatever. But that's a legitimately great part of 1.5. And again, 1.5 also introduced the Blue Badger. Ugh. The other great thing about 2-2 is you get introduced to Francisca, who as you saw in my other list, I have a very high opinion on. I guess the only problem is that it really does come off as absolutely ridiculous what she does early on. Really ridiculous. But still. 2-4. Excellent, excellent, excellent case. I really liked the unguard flip. Adrian Andrews was an amazing character. I like that you get more of, whereas Francisca just kind of comes off as a complete bitch in 2 and 3. You get more of her, you know, you get a slight taste of her human side with her relationship with Adrian here. Shelly the Killer? Shelly the Killer is great. Even though I don't know how he keeps getting away with not getting caught or being suspected of being a murderer, considering he has stitches like a zipper going down his face. Got to see Will Powers again, which is cool. It has Old Bag, that's a bad thing. It has Lada, which can be good or bad, it just depends. This case also had that really weird issue of essentially having a fetish for that suicide picture. That was noticeably awkward for me, at least. It is a really, really good case. Probably better than 1-2. Yeah, it's better than 1-2. How the end works out is really cool because that shows you it's not always about finding your client innocent. Like you like you have a client that you fucking loathe and you're able to get yourself out of is amazing. Like that was really well done. Really well done. 13 times? Unlucky 13. Yikes. Yikes. 3-1. Mia's case, really good. This was when Phoenix was a kid, right? This was a really good case. Mia is probably... it's really close between her and Edgeworth in terms of like playable characters. Both above Phoenix and Apollo. Like they're both really fun to play as because you actually get to work with competence. It's amazing. Makes you feel powerful. You get introduced to Dahlia, who you're able to figure out's a gigantic bitch. Wait, no. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's a good case. Having young Phoenix was really interesting. Mia's just a great character. Also, definitely prefer her old hairstyle versus the one she died with. Try to die with better hairstyles next time. Her hairstyle was good. I just really liked her prior hairstyle. Okay, 3-2 was the Waki case. Nope, that's 4-2. The fuck's 3-2? You get introduced to Godot, but what? I keep thinking that has more of a feel of a later case for some reason. Okay, so this is the Ron Delight case, and like I think it honestly could have been up here had the trilogy not made the change that it made. You guys know what I'm talking about. It's spoiled essentially, like a fucking inconsiderate chatter. Spoiled that it was obviously Luke at me. That sucked. That really sucked. That like took the wind out of my sails for that case. Because I legitimately didn't think it could be Luke at me because that dude had a mask on and there's no way that nose was able to be under that mask. But Ron was, I love Ron's character. I love Desiree. Luke at me was a very interesting villain. He has like one of the best breakdowns because he basically orgasms all over himself. You get Adrian Andrews again. No, I just said the there's a shot of Luke Atmey's silhouette that basically gives away that he was the murderer, which apparently was not in the original. Very much chef's kiss. So like it should be up here, but it really kind of screwed up like the last like third of the case for me. So Yumika Do, who's really incompetent, but like his whole intro is really funny. His theme's amazing. His personality's fun. It's just like, I'm the best prosecutor there is. How many cases have you had? None. Well, technically he's never lost. Yeah, even if you just make it a fuzzier, like a Danganronpa shadow, like the gray guy. Make it like that. That's fine. Why make it so obviously Luke Atmey? That just flat out ruined it. I think I feel. Yeah, we'll put it there. Its pacing, I thought, was fine. It has Old Bag, that was another problem. And it didn't have Old Bag. It had Larry making reference to Old Bag, which is just... Oh, 3-3. 3-3 gives me a lot of conflicting feelings. I love this case a lot. But you're dealing with... I guess the conflicts are what makes this case so interesting to me. You have this older individual who's dating this 16-year-old or whatever Dahlia was, which you're like, well, that's unconscionable. Well, okay, sure. But it's not your average sort of situation like that. The 16-year-old's actually a manipulative, evil mastermind, and the guy is like someone who has the brain capacity of a kindergartner. You feel very sorry. I'm shocked. I'm honestly shocked at how sympathetic they were able to make an alleged murderer in that situation. And it almost feels wrong. Like I shouldn't feel that way. Like I honestly still have problems reconciling that. He killed himself, and I felt terrible. That twist, oh my god, was that devastating. Like, you knew Dahlia was an evil bitch after the first case, but man, that sends her to a different, this fucking stratosphere. Oh. Duh. Okay, let's do 3, 4. Not 3, 3. Not 3, 3. Not 3, 3. Since I'm already talking about this. I did forget about the cafe case. Oh man. But you get to be Mia again, who again, Mia is really, really good. We get more Diego Armando, who's also very good. It's just it's a tragic case. It's a really fucking tragic case. I loved it. The emotion that I felt going through that whole case was, man. It made me feel a way that none of the other cases had made me feel before. Like I was that dude's attorney. And if I was that person's attorney and that's what happened on stand, I feel like it would be similar to that. That like utter despair. It's really good. It's a really good case. Okay, 3-3. Forgettable, obviously. You get Maggie, which I liked. Maya was with her, that job would seem kind of like, who cares? Furio Tigre is quite possibly the most unbelievable thing about any Ace Attorney game. That includes the spirit mediums. Yeah, you guys, I'm Phoenix Wright. Here's my paper badge. Oh, I see. It must be you, Phoenix. Very good to see you again, Mr. Wright. Are you kidding me? No. 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 That is actually unbelievable. Actually unbelievable. Wait, who was the... Okay. So, isn't Maggie the defendant too? How did she not fucking know? The characters weren't particularly interesting. Armstrong was that old guy, Victor Kuvdo or whatever the fuck his name was lame. Just a bad case. Just a bad case. I did like Viola. And I liked how fucking afraid of her Furio was. That had a bigger ring of truth to it in terms of like crime family dynamic. But yeah, she I liked her character. She's probably the best new side character for me. Furio Tigre was fucking stupid. They ruined his character before I even met him by claiming this person could go to a courtroom, say he's me, and somehow get away with it. 3-5. 3-5. 3-5. You get to be Edgeworth, which was really awesome. Francisca gets to be your assistant for a little while, which was also awesome because in those two cases you got to see different parts of those characters. It kind of broke up the monotony of a longer case by booting Phoenix out of the main role for a little while. Lame parts about that case. Maya again. They kill Misty Faye immediately after you finally meet her, and everybody's just like, oh shit, that sucked. Just huge waste of her character. Dahlia's a really good villain, and the whole confusion with Iris as her twin sister was interesting. Godot's motivation being revealed as being very fucking lame was disappointing. Larry was also really annoying. Sister Bikini was fun. I liked her. Those psycho locks. That's true. It does show just how flawed he was. Because of how fucking lame his excuse was. Like, dude. Something about this case fell a little flat at the end, though. And I'm not sure what it was. It's still great. But there's something about the conclusion of the case that prevents it from going into S tier. And I'm not exactly sure what it is. Why do I find it lame? Because it's the most tripe, like, masculine. Oh, I have to do this because I'm a man. It's fucking lame. That's really fucking lame. That was his whole reasoning. That was the whole reasoning. You didn't protect her. You should have been a man. I'm gonna get revenge because I'm a man. Okay. Yeah, whatever, dude. Fucking child. Did they have a cup of coffee? I don't remember that. To save memory. I mean, I'm fine with Francisca's arc left unfinished, considering there was, you know, she's used in other games, so it can continue. Doesn't all have to get wrapped up in one game. Yeah, right. All right, explain. What is so complex about his motives? Because I don't find them to be complex at all. His girlfriend got murdered. He blames the dude that was her assistant. Even though he had no knowledge of the case. And wasn't even there at the time. That's simple. Oh, no. I was fine with that being unfinished. That wasn't an issue for me. Thank you, Switcher. That's simple bullheadedness. It wasn't Phoenix, though. He literally has no reason to be upset with Phoenix. Absolutely none. Gotcha, Light. Okay, what does that have to do with Phoenix? Well, yeah, so sure, he's wrong. The motive was stupid in the first place. Him being human doesn't make it any less stupid. Yeah, and that was lame. That is what I'm saying. I don't care the reasons for it. It was lame. And I find it to be lame. And not really super complex. More simple than complex. Like, you guys keep explaining, it doesn't actually change anything that I'm saying. But that's the thing. Just because they're meant to be irrational doesn't make them good. Writers can intend things and they can be bad decisions. I'm not trying to win any argument. I just want you to understand where I'm coming from. Well, right. So even if that was the intent of the personality that was written, that doesn't make it complex or good. It can still be bad. Well, one thing that's indisputable is that Godot's a fucking terrible prosecutor, which is a problem with Trials and Tribulations overall. It's a good thing that we have 2 Mia cases to break out how god-awful Godot is at providing any amount of sustainable argument. He is just terrible. And that's a big reason why I'm like, man, people love him. And sure, I like his character. I like his general vibe, his design. He actually plays an antagonist well, even if his reasoning's really simple and lame to me. But God, he just say things I'm like, why is this an argument? Why is this a thing? And that's why somebody like, because you're right, he is more humanized than like some of the other villains we faced. Von Karma could get away with those dumbass arguments because he's so ridiculously like over the top. I would want Godot as somebody who's less cartoony and more, you know, supposedly like somebody we should be able to relate to or at least feel more humanized to actually be better at his job. He was like, he's legit, like, objectively bad at his job. He's not better than old Winston Payne. before Mia fucking took his, ripped his dick off of him. But yeah, Payne's in general better. Understandable. Have a nice day. Good argument. What, here? No. No, it's still mostly because it's not the Godot thing's obviously separate, but this was mostly because just something about the end, like taking all the other stuff aside, a more impactful, like satisfying end would put it up here, but it wasn't. So, and it's hard to really pinpoint exactly why. Something just felt. They were talking about it. I was just like, oh, I see. Can the judge be a waifu? I mean, if you want him to be a waifu, he's not my waifu. For one. Apparently a lot of people don't like Hobo Phoenix. They have reason to. I think it's reasonable. I love Hobo Phoenix. That dude finally grew some backbone over 7 years and reached that S tier level character he was always meant to be. You get introduced to Apollo, who's great. I like Apollo a lot. I was worried that I was not going to like Apollo. You you meet Kristoff and you find out why that dude's a piece of shit. Kristoff's really good. It is... It is an incredibly satisfying case. I didn't see the whole Phoenix swerve coming. That's probably me being stupid, because if you look back, it very much looks like him. You just don't see the spiky hair. But his face is drawn like pretty much the same, except he has a little stubble. Yeah, it by far the best first case. People say they don't like Hobo Phoenix because it's what he did was out of character, but I don't think, if you take that within the context of the first 3 games, you might be right. But if what happened to him, the way it did, plus 7 years of being a hobo, is what subsequently occurred, you might assume there are some character changes. I liken this to the Luke Skywalker change in Last Jedi. I dislike The Last Jedi for a lot of reasons. Luke Skywalker's personality change isn't a reason I think it's bad. I was disappointed that they went that direction. But the way that the story set it up made sense. Now, what you could argue is that Luke Skywalker... Why would Luke Skywalker ever raise his lightsaber to his nephew? I think you can make some plausible arguments to why that would happen, especially once he feels the responsibility of how many people for like the most powerful discipline in the galaxy, and fearing that he was going to create another Darth Vader on accident, which he did anyways. But why he was the way he was made sense within the narrative. Well, see, that's the thing. You could be disappointed that he changed that way, but changing that way over 7 years really isn't that drastic in terms of like if you actually consider the timeline, that the time skip that happened. For us, going from trials and tribulations to the next time I play it, oh my god, what the fuck is Phoenix doing? Sure, that's jarring, but you have to take it within the context of the story. But yeah, I totally understand if you're like, I'm really disappointed that this is the way Phoenix turned out. Yeah, sure. I won't disagree with you there. I don't know. We'll get to that when it comes up. Because, like, 4-1 is legitimately in contention for, like, my favorite case. Actually, that's something that should... Not best, it's more favorite. There we go. Maybe. We'll see what happens. There is no 7 years, sorry. All right, 4-2 is the Walkie case. It's solid. Trucy and Apollo's dynamics, the best part of it. Wait. No. Yeah, this is the Walkie. Okay, yeah. The villain was meh. I fucking despised Walkie. But the investigation itself was really fun because Apollo and Trucy they're a really fun duo. So it's not great, but it's not It's not terrible. Its benefits, I think, outweigh its downsides. Oh yeah, and we get introduced to Claver, who is very good. Very good. Claver's a great character. I spied your mom, Twain. Oh man, what'd she ever do to you? Yeah, that panties thing was weird too. That was weird. That was uncomfortable. That was uncomfortable. But at least Apollo also felt uncomfortable. So at least it wasn't somebody who was like being a creep about it. Well, the one guy was, but us as the player character, we're not. We're definitely creeped out by that. That made it seem like, okay, yeah. I mean, that's how we should act. 4-3 is... Oh, the Lamoir case. A lot of shit in this case did not make any goddamn sense. I thought it was... I think I called Darian out as the killer pretty early, which sucked because he wasn't a great character. I liked Lamoir, but Maki was a big roll of nothing. The singing scene was, oh god, mind-blowingly tedious. The logic behind this blind guy shot this gigantic pistol or revolver and somehow didn't dislocate his arms and also hit his target was insane. Darian's hair is also bad. It doesn't make any fucking sense. It was really bad. It was really bad. Yeah. Even though this has the single biggest infraction of all the cases, in that the Furio Tigre thing is just like unforgivably stupid, in my opinion. This has more like bad stuff that just keeps it's more like 2-3, where it's like just continued bad stuff upon bad stuff upon bad stuff that keeps happening. Valorant briefly gets introduced, but not really. So yeah, we can't even really give it that. Because Valorant's not really a thing until this case, right? Which I honestly don't know where I'd put 4-4. It's a good case. It's a really good case. But I'm not sure. Is it really Volant? If I've been saying his name wrong this entire time, I don't even remember. And they just cut that out or something? They forgot to. Oh god, that's never a good thing. Yeah, it's a good case. Bushel was nightmare fuel, but his character did its job. It's just I hated looking at him. Vera's one of your better clients, I think. Claver is really good in this case, especially going 1v1ing his brother. 360 no scope, Fox only, no items, final destination. Where was the flashback thing in 4-4? Because that's a problem too. I get what they were trying to do with that. I just don't think the execution worked out the way they wanted to.
Case 316 is my favorite. And that's the bottom line, because Stone Cold says so.
Yeah, it's a good case, but it has some issues. We'll put it here. It was solid. This is solid. Did its job. Okay, 1-1. Fuck. Okay, so 1-2 was the plane. 1-3 is the where Edgeworth is like captured or whatever. 1-4 was. God, I played this game more recently. Why do I have a worse memory of these cases? 1-5 was Alba. Oh, is 1-4 the flashback one? Okay. So that was the flashback one. And then this was Jacques Portsman. I mean, I don't agree with that. I honestly don't even remember what happened in 1-1. Oh, that fucking guy. Okay, so it wasn't horrible. It was interesting to have a case in the prosecutor's office to be able to see more of it. That was pretty interesting. Obviously love any addition of Maggie. I think that's part of the problem though, is beyond Maggie, I mean, Portsman was okay, I guess. He was enough of a little shit that you wanted to punch him in the face. So that's pretty good. I think it's probably like here. It's actually really interesting how much I love Maggie despite her cases coming in at C, D, and F respectively. The plane case. The only thing I really liked about the plane case was Cammy. I did really like Cammy though. Maybe like here. Otherwise, the rest of the case is forgettable. Well, hey, I don't want to like go up against somebody about Jack Portsman and be like, oh man, I liked him. It's too bad we had to fuck him up. No, man, make me want to punch that dude in his face. You meet Kay. And you get the little thief, and it's at that theme park. All the blue badgers. You also get one of the biggest power moves, like attempted. It still failed, but that's exactly what I would have done in his situation from a villain. Even though the villain himself was like, meh, that fucking power move when he basically tried to set it up so that they wouldn't be allowed in to investigate was really good. Oh god, Meekins too, yeah. I liked the girl. Fuck, I learned her name. I relearned her name earlier. I can't remember what it was anymore, but I liked her. Like I said, Kay's awesome. But the story itself just kind of fell flat. I mean, what's his face is good too, Wolfie. He's good too. But he actually does not start off strong. I think he actually starts off really lame, and he gets a lot better because his arguments initially are really stupid, and it's all just, "You're an attorney, I don't trust attorney." Well, okay, we've been through that already. Come on, give me something new. And then you do get more layers from him, and he gets a lot better. But I think his first appearance is... 1-4 is a really good case. You get Von Karma, Old Edgeworth, Young K, Callisto U. This is a really fun case. I don't think it's good enough to be S tier, but I do think it's high A tier. That was a really Detective Bad too. Just introducing great characters. It was a really fun case. Oh yeah, I forgot about Young Franny too. Gumshoe's good. Yeah, just this is a really good case. This is a really good case. I just don't think I can put it up here. But it might legitimately be better than 3-5. Yeah, we'll put it there. 1-5 had a lot of potential, and then Alba's character was a thing. The worst, by far, the worst final testimony and boss of any of the games. I ranked 2-4 really low. It's in mid S tier. What are you talking about? Oh, God. Do I want to say it's probably better than 1-2? Because, like, not everything about the case is bad. The dynamic between the two countries is actually really interesting. And how you're in, like, an embassy. Like, that's actually a pretty interesting setting. Well, it's more about mentally not being able to comprehend it, right? I mean, I've already explained, so if you just want to ignore my explanations, then that's fine. They're reasonable. They're not, like, unfathomable, like, how could anybody believe this? But then that's on you. This case is bad, but how bad is it? Nah. 1-1 was less memorable, but 1-5 is memorable for all the wrong reasons. Probably there. Oh yeah, for sure. I agree with that. Yeah, I'm not claiming that this being up here is a fucking... Objectively speaking, it just possesses everything else that the others don't. Yeah, like, not at all. And 1-4 is more of a cathartic thing than anything else. Because by the end of 3-5, I was bitching up a storm about Phoenix. All right. 2-1. 2-1's the airplane. Love Nicole Swift, obviously. No, I don't think this is better than 4-1. It's really good. It's really good, but I don't think it's better than 4-1. I think it's the second best first case. The case itself was really interesting. The Shelly the Killer thing, like, completely threw me off. I was blown away by that. Where he just, like, holds him by knife point. I guess part of the issue I have is that Knightley and the President were not interesting to me. Rook was more interesting than Knightley, and Rook was dead. Yeah, I think I'm actually going to put it here. It does hook you in right away with a sense of urgency because, like, shit's pretty serious immediately, right? And that's good. It definitely had the most, like, at stake, it felt like, than any of the other first cases. It's definitely an A. I'm just not sure exactly where, like, it's not B. It's better than B. I'm just not sure where in A I want to put it. Maybe, like... No, it's better than 3-1. It's better than 3-1, so I think I have to have it at least here. I'm not sure I like it more than 1-4, though. 1-4 is really good. So yeah, we'll put it there for now. 2-2. You meet Courtney and the best in the prison with all the animals. And that assassin. But it turns out to be the warden. This case was good. So it was good. You get Regina and your client Simon, who I loved. It's a good case, but there's something missing from it. I don't feel like there's anything great about this case. So, like, here? Probably? I don't know. It's just missing something, like, exceptional about it. Yeah, see, I just never... I don't know. I just never bought into Knightley. I don't know why. I can't give you, like, any objective reason. Like, analysis of it. Like, well, he's lacking as a villain because he lacks X and Y attributes that are very important. Like, I can't do that. I just don't know. I don't know why. I didn't really care for him all that much. Yeah, that's true. 2-2 gets more interesting after 2-5. But something about the case is just... I don't know what it is. It's solid. It's really solid all around. I had a good time playing it. Fucking hated Courtney into best guts, which is what you're supposed to do. We'll leave it there for now. 2-3. The flashback case. Best third case. Easy. Easy best third case. It's probably, yeah, it's better than the third case. Or the first case. Is it better than 1-4 though? Probably? This might even be S tier. Like here. Maybe here? Gregory's so good. He's just so good. All the characters in this case are really interesting. Especially once you realize how much of a monster Gustavia was. Woo! But yeah, it's this case is sick. I'm not sure if I liked it, if I enjoyed it, I should say, more than any of these 4 cases. Or I guess in this case, less enjoyed and more just felt a powerful emotional impact. But yeah, it was really good. Uh, 2-4 is the... This is the Kate loses her memory case, right? This was a good case. It really had me befuddled for a while. I thought Kate as an amnesiac was really compelling. The whole black auction thing was really interesting. Blaze was really good. You finally start to turn on Courtney a little bit in terms of, you know, you start to like her a little more. You start to really have sympathy for DeBest because Blaze is just a fucking awful person. I like the nurse and her granny. I know not everybody did. Some people found them to be bland. I liked that dynamic. But I'm biased towards nurses. That's just the way it is. It also had Emma. Yep. And Emma was really good. It had good Lotta. Like, Lotta was good in this case. This is probably the best that Lotta, I think, has ever been portrayed in the games. Here? Nah. It might be here. I don't know. I'm really conflicted. Like, these two could legitimately just flip spots. And for similar reasons. Like, you have the emotional impact of Mia, you have the emotional impact of Kay. And this is arguably stronger because you had more time with Kay than you did with Mia before Mia died. But I guess the difference is that Kay's still alive, whereas Mia just fucking dead. Blaze is better. I like Red White a lot, but Blaze is probably a better villain than Red White. Yeah, it probably just has more layers than 1-2 has. Like, I'm just trying to think of a tiebreaker here. That's probably what it is. I never disliked Lotta's character, but I was hoping they made her a little more dynamic, and I feel like they did that in the investigation games. Because, like, they didn't, like, when she gets introduced in the first game, it, like, her character makes sense, but then she, like, doesn't evolve at all by the second game. You're like, oh god, okay. But then by here, I think she's really good. Like, I actually was not actively annoyed by her. That's impressive. Logic chess with Blaze was really... Logic chess in general was a very cool mechanic. I liked it a lot. Even though it obviously, like, it made no practical sense. It was awesome though. Yeah, it's like they just figured it out. That doesn't always happen. It's like they're like, these are all the problems with this game. Let's fix them all. 2-5. I didn't like 2-5 as much as 2-3 or 2-4. I liked Milk Boy, Cowboy. The fuck's the kid's name? I liked him. I thought the whole Courtney's adopted kid thing was really interesting. That whole background was very interesting. And that the president really had a double, that was kind of like, oh shit. Damn, he's been pretending to be a different person. That person's been dead for years. Holy shit. That was good. That was that was good. It is a good case. Sebastian coming back and you know, having his growth was really good. It's just, I don't know why it wasn't as good as the other two. You would think that since it ties everything together so nicely, that it would be S tier, but I don't consider it S tier, and I'm not sure why. I don't think it had pacing issues. Simon as a reveal's really fun. I love that Simon was like the mastermind. I thought that was really fun. But I don't know what it is. Was the pacing bad? Maybe I just don't remember that. There was a lot of stuff that happened. How many different locations did they go to? And Gumshoe gets a raise. Maybe like here? Simon was awesome. I agree with that. Cause like, how many fucking different things you have to do at any given time? It's not that it's convoluted, but there's a lot of shit going on. All the time. No, I mean, I'm kind of glad we didn't crush this so hard, but that was really funny. No, it really wasn't. How'd they accidentally kidnap Sebastian? I know, we talked about this. I'm still not entirely convinced. Yeah, it could be. Whereas in the other cases, Edgeworth feels much more in control of the investigation. Yeah, I don't know. That could be it. That could be a big reason. It does feel a lot different. It's better than case 1, though. So, like, here, maybe? Yeah, I think that's fair. Man, this doesn't fit my normal bell curve at all. It seems like I've actually grown fonder of a lot of cases over time than I was before. I actually rank 1, 2. Oh no. Okay, so there's 1 in S, 2 in B, and 1. That makes sense for Apollo of Justice being kind of uneven. Three, I think, actually got a lot higher marks than the first time. Although 1 made a big leap once I put 1-5 here. Because now you have 1, 4, 1, 2, 1, 5, all in A or S. 1, 3 still, or that's 2, 3. 1, 3 still not great, and 1, 1 was fine. 3, 3 is bad. But like, you have 3 and then 1 here. Hey man, it's up there. More like a gun than a bell curve. All right, so I gotta pick my favorite, and honestly, it's between these three. And I think what I'm going to do is, since we talked about like these two have, I don't think I could pick either of these in good conscience because they're very emotionally driven and not as necessarily as well-rounded as this. And I think I just had the most fun playing this case. So I think that's probably the fairest way to evaluate those three. I'm anger. Don't understand how I can enjoy 1, 2 cases very bad, IMO. It is not bad. Mia's death was super impactful. You meet Maya, who you really felt for. I love Red White. I think this case comes down to how much you liked Red White as a villain, and I loved Red White. He was hilarious. His table is the best table that has ever been created. Him saying all those like ridiculous words just because like that's who he is. Like I love Red White. And if you don't like Red White, then it's probably more down like here, but I think 1, 2 is very good. One underrated part of 1, 2 is Grossberg, because like Grossberg's character is like legit something that could exist in society, and like we criticize him, but I felt bad for him because I'm like, yeah, that could happen, and he's just kind of fucked. Well, yeah, if you see him as one of the worst, then you're not going to enjoy that case very much. I really liked him, so it's a great case for me. So that's how you can see how I like 1, 2. You don't have to understand it, you just see, because I like Red White and you don't. Wait, what are you talking about, Amiro? I'm surprised 2, 4 is your favorite. I would have thought 1, 5 or one of the Apollo cases would have been your favorite. Or even one of the investigation cases with Emma. That's kind of surprising. Oh, well, the difference is that Grossberg isn't a driving antagonist, right? Don't get me wrong, I felt bad for Godot, but his reasoning's still stupid. Also, Grossberg was literally blackmailed. Like, Godot wasn't blackmailed. He was just mad. And I get why he was mad. I do. I'd be mad at Dahlia too. I wouldn't be mad at Phoenix though. No, I agree. I think 2, 4 is a little long. Maya getting kidnapped was like, oh god. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot to really like about 2-4. Like, the reason these two are higher is because I just get a love boner over competent Phoenix. That's after seeing Phoenix suck ass for so long, or have to rely on the spirit of his dead mentor, and he finally comes back and fucking wrecks Christoph Gavin. Love boner. Love boner. Had to stay seated for a while after that one. And this one, again, just the emotional impact this one had on me was... That's not something that everybody's going to feel similarly about. 2-3, AI 2-3. I mean, yeah, it's really good. I wouldn't argue with anybody that said this is their favorite case. I think anybody could say one of these cases is their favorite, and I don't think I'd argue with them anymore. After taking a little more in-depth of a look. Even Rise from the Ashes. I understand why people like it. My problems with it prevent it from being up here, but if you pick any of these cases, you're like, this is my favorite, I wouldn't put up much resistance. Well, 4-2 now those are fighting. We're just kidding. I guess 4-2. A big thing is how much you like Waki and like his family. But even if you really like Waki, I just don't see his girlfriend was just not a compelling villain. Like, I just didn't find her compelling at all. Yeah, I raised it. The after doing the VOD cut, the two things that, or what was it? The thing that it was in B, and what did I do to raise it here? The additional thing, in addition to, man, I just appreciate Gant and Emma so much, was that Phoenix doing it without Mia or Maya was actually really refreshing, going back and looking at it in retrospect. Now, I had to play all the other games to get more of an appreciation for that, but that's, looking at it in retrospect, I'm like, wow, that's actually super awesome. And I'm going to bump it higher because of that. Because the other games seemed completely incapable of doing that. All right, later, Switcher, take it easy, dude. Merry Christmas to you as well. Choke 2-3 is the best case. But yeah, so there are the cases. A lot, in general, more cases filled up here than they did before. The only AAI2 case that didn't make it there was here. Otherwise, they're all A and S tier. Conversely, only one AAI1 case made it up here. But I mean, they weren't. I didn't dislike the game. I thought it was fine. A lot of people like really didn't like it, and that I don't understand. The threes maintain their rightful spot with the addition of Apollo. Apollo got some more in the middle and one on top. I think I raised this to C, I think. I think I might have raised this to A as well, in addition to this. So A got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 extra cases. Maybe this was already here, so it would be 4. And then S got 1, 2, 3 extra cases, because I'm pretty sure I had the rest of these up here already. I mean, yeah, I don't find it to be anything amazing. Yo, what's up, booty? Incorrect. Incorrect. This is the one thing that I will never change. This is the worst. This is the fucking worst. The only way you can make a worse case than this is have a case centered around Hero. But yeah, all right, so I'm gonna save this. I did not get to the full character thing. I might do that just as a separate video because that's gonna take a long time. I don't know. Maybe there'll be a day where I don't really feel like streaming a game, and I'll just do that list or something. So today we did, Danganronpa cases and Phoenix Wright cases, or Ace Attorney cases. We also did waifus for Ace Attorney. What was the... And then we did channel memes, which was really fun. That was fun. Yeah, it has the investigations characters. But it's all characters, including investigations characters. Mo is one reason. He's bad. Ben's probably a bigger reason. He is awful. Acro is the most boring villain in all of the games. Regina's annoying. Like I was saying, to me the best thing about 2-3 was Max, and you'd argue that dude's a fucking creeper because of his relationship with Regina. But I still find him mildly interesting as a defendant, probably one of the better defendants. Ben is, yeah, fuck Ben. No, she was second best. Originally, I wasn't ranking her because the picture that they used was 1.5 Emma, and 1.5 Emma is 16. But I was like, okay, if you want me to pretend that this is 26-year-old Apollo Emma, then she's right after Adrian. She's right, or she's behind Adrian, ahead of Francisca. Yeah, but that's just it, right? Good motivations don't alone make a character, you know, good or bad. It doesn't by themselves make the character good or bad. My problem with Godot isn't just I don't like his motivations. I have more problems with him than just that. I don't consider him a separate character. They're the same person. But yeah, I mean, Acro's just boring. Just so boring. Yeah, all right, so that's going to be it for me. We are going to go join in the premiere of Rise from the Ashes, which should be starting right now, or be in progress. So it should take you from this stream to that video if you want to watch it. It's finally premiering tonight. So if you want to watch, you have the ability to. Otherwise, the video will be there when you wake up. But yeah, thank you to Light for the raid. Thank you to Infernal Disdain for the $5 dono earlier. And also thank you to Infernal and somebody else. There's somebody else too. Oh, maybe not. It was the only one that popped up. Thank you to all those who re-upped their memberships. Much appreciated. I will be back on Monday, not with Ace Attorney Chronicles. I'll post an announcement about that. We're pushing that back one more week. I got some work-related stuff, and I'm not done with Final Fantasy VII yet, so it just makes sense to push it back till 2022. But I'll just look out for that announcement. All right, everyone. Thank you for watching. Take it easy, and until next time. Stream is adjourned.
That was stationary, so.
Hello.